questions into clean, clear place. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lean, trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team, in rhythm and rhyme, scream, share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah, yeah. Early in the morning, charts glow blue on the screen. Coffee and a calm plan, we move like a quiet dream. Top tier trading team, got a map for the climb. Whisper little price lines, then we step in right on time. Top tier trading team, we move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clean, clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lean, trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team, in rhythm and rhyme, scream, share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah. Little bell ringing, but we already know the tune. Trading minds watching, like the sun follows the moon. QA sessions talking through the fear and the doubt. Private trader group chat, where we lay the puzzle out. Real-time phone trade alert, soft buzz and the picture's clear. Come on, take a look right here. You ain't gotta walk that risk alone. Zoomed in candles, zoomed out view. We break it down, then guide you through. Top tier family, bring it all back home. Hey, top tier trading team, we move together. Managed shift guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clean, clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lean, trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team, in rhythm and rhyme, scream, share love, walking you through in real time. Oh yeah, yeah. Early in the morning, charts glow blue on the screen. Coffee and a calm plan, We move like a quiet dream. Top tier trading team. Got a map for the climb. Whisper little price lines, then we step in right on time. Top tier trading team. We move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lead. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team. In rhythm and rhyme, scream, share love. Walking you through in real time. Oh yeah. Little bell ringing, but we already know the tune. Trading minds watching, like the sun follows the moon. QA sessions talking through the fear and the doubt. Private trader group chat where we lay the puzzle out. Real-time phone trade alert, soft buzz and the picture's clear. Come on, take a look right here. You ain't gotta walk that risk alone. Zoomed in candles, zoomed out view. We break it down, then guide you through. Top tier family, bring it all back home. Hey, top tier trading team. We move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lead. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team. In rhythm and rhyme, scream, share love. Walking you through in real time. Oh yeah. Yeah. Early in the morning, charts glow blue on the screen. Coffee and a complaint, we move like a quiet dream. Top tier trading team. Got a map for the climb. Whisper little price lines, then we step in right on time. Top tier trading team. We move together. Mentorship guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lead. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team. In rhythm and rhyme, scream, share love. Walking you through in real time. Oh yeah. Little bell ringing, but we already know the tune. Trading minds watching, like the sun follows the moon. QA sessions talking through the fear and the doubt. Private trader group chat where we lay the puzzle out. Real-time phone trade alert, soft buzz and the picture's clear. Come on, take a look right here. You ain't gotta walk that risk alone. Zoomed in candles, zoomed out view. We break it down, then guide you through. Top tier family, bring it all back home. Hey, top tier trading team, we move together. Managed shift, guiding every step we take. Strategy sessions make the clouds look lighter. We turn those questions into clear plays. Weekly group study halls, we learn and lead. Trading side by side, chasing steady green. Top tier trading team.
All right, guys. Market is 30 minutes from opening, so we're going to get started very soon here. Just a couple more minutes.
Top tier trading team. Now, come on, y'all. Hey, on, girl. Come on down. Don't you be too late. We'll show you how to work that market gate. Got one strategy, sit you right down. Tune up your plan, turn your game around. Person on minute shit, talking real plain, so you can ride that chart like a fast freight train. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. Do the trader. Come learn clean, come learn king. Do the trader. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profits sing. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. Every single week we got a study hall crew. Q&A, cooking, breaking patterns for you. Screens up big, we be sharing that view. Guiding through the trades till the move run through. Phones start buzzing when I set up call. Real-time alerts, we don't miss that ball. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. Come learn clean, come learn key. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profits sing. Everybody with the top 10 trading team. Got a private little room where the traders all chat. Talking through the winds, learn from the flat. You ain't trading all alone in the dark like that. You got a family of pros saying you can do that, oh yeah. Oh, everybody with the top 10 trading team. Come learn clean, come learn key. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profits sing. Everybody with the top 10 trading team.
All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Let me go ahead and make sure we turn the sound down in the background so you guys can hear me correctly. Let me do a quick AV check. Make sure that you guys can also see me. And it looks like we are. So good, good, good. All right, good morning. Hope you had a great weekend. And I know we got got about 25 minutes here before the market starts. So let's get right into our pre-morning or pre-market prep here this morning. Let me get my screen up so I can see the charts, and then we'll go through them. Okay, so let's talk about the overall market here this morning first. We gapped down rather significantly over the weekend. The futures market really pulled back significantly. At one point, the SPY, the S&P 500, had pulled back 2.2%. That's a big move. That was down about $15 last I checked last night before going to bed. We have made a small recovery since then. About half that has been retraced. We are now currently at 665.94, basically 666. So it's already retraced about 50% of that move. So I still anticipate some resistance. Now, what I'm looking at in the overall market, and I'm sorry guys, I don't have the overall market pulled up here on the spot, so I should do that. 1 second here. I just had Amazon up there. But while that is pulling up, I want to, we have two longs and basically three shorts. So we do have a mixed bag of nuts here to kind of choose from, depending on what the market does for us today. And then one of those plays is off of crypto. So we kind of have two niches or sectors that we are playing off of here today. So here we are with the SPY, and here pre-market, like I said, we're at 666. We went to bed about 672 on Friday. So that being the case, that was a pretty big gap down. It got to like 658, I believe was the last low I saw last night. I believe that we're going to get as low as 650 before we really see a significant attempt to floor and potentially get a bounce. That being said, I think that there are a couple of stocks that are a little bit extended to the downside that will likely also give us at minimum a dead cat bounce that we could play to the upside in the short term and in the long term as well. So basically, we might get a little downside continuation here, a pop. That pop might be temporary, and then a move back down, all of which I plan to take advantage of here. So, for instance, with the overall market and us having gapped back up to 666 from that low of 658 last night, I think we're already at the point where we're going to start seeing some resistance. If we don't, and there's a gap up off to start this morning, I do not believe that gap takes us any further than like 673, if that. We might only get to 671. And that's what I'm going to be eyeing down in the market. Okay. That's 671. This zone right here is the crucial area that it needs to either regain and recapture and hold in order for us to be good with a lot of our longs in the short term, and then to maybe have the option for the long term recovery as well. If not, if this 671 never gets retaken and it continues to be resistance, which is what I kind of anticipate, then we will continue to short things on bounces until the market goes does turn around. Now, the things that are going to drive the market itself are twofold, obviously. Well, they're more than twofold, but the two things that are biggest on the agenda, of course, is the Middle East, everything in Iran going on. And because of everything in Iran happening, that's obviously affecting oil prices, which have jumped up rather significantly. They're well over 100 at this point. That is a lot of pressure on the stock and equities market, and that's going to push it down. They have a very distinct inverse relationship. The cost of oil goes up, stocks and equities go down. That's just a general kind of rule of thumb, and we're seeing that played out right here, right now. So with that, we are going to keep an ear out for news, right? We hear anything in terms of a de-escalation in the Middle East, we can see that as a bullish nature, as a bullish news that could help to recover some of this loss on the market. If we hear escalation issues, that's an issue. We can look for more downside. If, for instance, There's talk about opening the Strait of Hamas. Okay. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is where we have the issue and why the oil prices are up. With Iran kind of closing uh, that down, where the oil transport has been affected, and therefore, of course, there goes the prices. Well, if they open up the port of Hamas, that and they start even letting a ship or two through, well, that's going to be significant in its effect, and then could bring price of oil down, and in turn bring up stocks and equities. Okay, so I kind of want to lay that preface out before we move forward today, just to have an understanding of where we might be going in the market in the short term and in the long term. Okay, so let's move on to individual stocks here. The first that I'll kind of cover is Amazon. Because of the weakness in the overall market, we are shorting both. Well, we'll start with Amazon here. We're looking for a short, but very simply, what we're looking for is anywhere in the zone between 214.50 all the way up to 217.35. We'd like to see that resistance. We see that resistance at the test of any of those levels of that level. Preferably, we get our stop test, but we might not even get that high because of all the bearishness in the market overall, right? So if that's the case, that's fine as long as we're in our price zone, our buy zone, so that we get proper risk reward on the way down. Okay. So again, we want to gap up into 214.50 up to 217. We want to see resistance and a rejection of that level. When we see that weakness, we will buy puts into that weakness and then taking profit here at 212, 210, 208. Okay. So that is Amazon. That's what we're looking for Amazon. Ford is so Ford gapped down rather significantly as well, even more significantly than the SPY. Even right now, with the SPY bouncing back from an over 2%, 2.2% drop last night, it's only now down 0.8, 0.9%. So, significant rebound here this morning in that. Um, but now looking at Ford, it has not made the same significant rebound. Not that it won't, it just has not yet here pre-market. All right. It came down also 2 point, let me see, 2.3% pretty much. And it's still there at about just a hair over 2% down. So I think it might be a little weaker than we anticipated. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because last night in the study hall, you saw me set up the setup right here, right? 1224, we're looking to, once we got into that area, short it. Right now, guys, we're at 1189, and my profit target was 1180. So you can see we already gapped down below two profit targets that we were looking at. So this is one of those situations where I don't like chasing situations and anticipating a little bit of a attempt to bounce in the overall market. I think Ford may try to do that, even though it's a little bit of a late bloomer here. So what I'd like to see is a test back up. And now originally it was 1224. We're going to make a quick addendum to that. Because of the severity of this gap down and everything else, we're going to reset our entry to about 1215. Okay, guys, so we're going to change that, and I'll do that right here live on the fly for you to see. Okay, so we're going to have that 1215 is the short entry. And that's simply because, again, the large gap down and everything else. Now, this can still extend if the market does give us a big bounce and we get into this area up here, this 1240. I still anticipate heavy resistance, so we're going to be very careful. If we see it jump right into here, we're going to see how high we get into this zone. But it would be acceptable to start peeling off or start taking it positions here at 1215 instead of this 1224, just because, again, of what happened. Now, guys, as far as profit targets, were we to get back up in that area, I'm still looking to take profits in these zones. I will take off at 12, at 1280. I'm sorry, 1180, and then let me mark the last one, which would be about 11:55, 11:60. Just in front of 11:50, where I anticipate psychologically support levels from just psychological individuals. Now, if and when the market were to continue, say for instance we go up to 671 on the SPY, excuse me, were we to go up to 671 on the SPY, then and it rejects, well then the further downside, we'll get further downside obviously likely here on forward as well. And if we reject here or break down from 1150, we have room all the way to 1137 before we really find that support. Okay, so that's where I would be looking to take off my last piece of my short if we got down that far. All right, so I want to make that clear as well. 1135 would be my last. Ah, crud. I hate when I do this. It changes when I hit the space bar under certain parameters. It changes my screen. Sorry, guys. Give me half a second here. Okay. So basically, we're looking to short forward up from 1215 on up. Whenever we see that weakness from as high as 1215 to 1240, once we have confirmation of the weakness and that we've hit that resistant top, we're going to then short on the way down, taking profits along these levels and waiting to get maybe even as low. Again, if the overall market returns and goes to like 650, I think we have the chance to find ourselves here at 1137 on forward. But I do believe that would be the floor here if and when that's the case in the market. Okay, guys? So we got two shorts, a short on Amazon, short on Ford. Let's move on so that we have enough time here. We've got about 15 minutes till the market opens. Netflix, looking to go long. I know it's crazy because of everything going on. There's all this bearishness happening and everything else. But Netflix has just been rather amazingly bullish and strong. Um, a lot of that had to do with the fact that initially it was already oversold, having come down from just over 100 down to 75, guys. That was a big, big move down, right? And it was well above that 100 before that drop. Well, with that being said, despite the market being kind of weak last week, we had relative strength here on Netflix. So I'm kind of looking for that. Yeah, we are down $1. It's down 1%, but we're still at $98, guys, which almost puts us right in the perfect spot for our trade. Okay, so what we're looking for on Netflix is a long. We'd like to see this 98 and a quarter hold. All right, and honestly, because of the strength of the pullback, hold on, guys, come on in. Hold on one second. So, one second, guys. My daughter has to get her Chromebook for school. So, because of the strength and the pullback, we could take that stop down to an even 98 or 98. Have a good day.
You too.
Love you. Um, so it could extend down to this 98.10. We could even say 98, simply because, again, with the weakness in the overall market, maybe want to give it a tiny bit of wiggle room, but no more than that. And so what we'd like to see is a pullback and a test of our stop. Once we have that confirmation of support at our stop, we'll buy into that strength. All right, from 98. Let me go ahead and mark this differently so that we have it. See, sometimes you got to make ever so slight adjustments on the fly when these catalysts come out or these things change on us ever so slightly. Okay, there we go. So we're going to include this 98 basically in our stop zone. Okay, but that's it. We want to pull back into that 98. Once we have confirmation of support, we buy into that strength up through 99. And then we just start tearing out positions, taking profit at 100, 101, 102. Okay, simple. Hold on one second, guys. Have a great day, hon. Love you too. Have a great day. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to say goodbye to my daughter real quick. So yeah, that's what we're looking at here on Netflix. That's one of our two longs. Next long we've got here for this morning is Palantir. And let me pull that up super fast here, guys. Give me 1 second. Now, Palantir obviously it has been bullish because of the activity occurring out in the Middle East. Um, they did have some type of deal too, so there is a little extra added oomph to that on top of that. So we've had a real nice move. And then same here with Palantir as we had with Netflix, despite the overall bearishness in the market. And yes, it is down 0.8% here this morning, like everything else is. But relative to everything else, it's also fairly strong compared to some. Like, Ford was down still over 2%. Here we've regained some of that back, just like we did with Netflix, just like we have a little bit with the SPY. So we're going to take advantage of that relative strength, and we're going to go long here on Palantir. And all we're simply looking for is a pullback into this 147 stop to be tested. Our buy zone extends up to 152.50. Okay, so once we have confirmation that 147 is support and is holding, then we buy into that strength up to and through 152.50. And then we just take profits every $2.50, guys. 155, 157.50, 180, or 160. Okay. And at that 160, we will be double topping from last week. Okay. We would be forming a double top high. So I anticipate that to really be the resistance. We may by weeks end get as high as this 165, but I really anticipate this 160 kind of being the double top resistance, guys, and where we kind of stop the upward movement, at least temporarily, and kind of reset and see where it goes from there. Okay, so we've got Palantir long, and then last has to do with crypto. So as you know, we had a very big pullback here on crypto. Now, in order for crypto to regain any kind of bullishness, it must regain the 69 to 70K. Okay, which it looks like it's on its way to trying to test now. We're at 68.2, 68.3. Gets up there and you see weakness. Then I'm going to short Mara. Okay, and as of now, I do anticipate weakness, simply because, guys, there's not much more bearish than a failed bullish breakout. And that's what we had here last week. We have been waiting and bumping against the 70K for weeks and weeks. And we have not been able to get over it. Finally got over it with some gusto. And the fact that it traced all the way back here, that's bearish. That's not very bullish at all. So we're going to see if this 69 to 70K remains resistance for us. Well, then we can anticipate resistance here for Mara as well. Now, as Bitcoin is looking to pull itself back up to retest this level, I think we're going to get the same with Mara. Okay, and we're going to get to retest these 814 to 830 level, and then that's our buy zone. All right, we got it down to 801 is where we closed last week, but we got as low as 790 on Friday as we got marked here, right? So what we're looking for is a test of this area up here, up to as high as 850 as Bitcoin tries to regain 70K. Upon the rejection of that 70,000 on Bitcoin, I anticipated rejection of this 850, in which case we will buy puts into that weakness. And if we get as high as up here, but when we see that ceiling and we purchase here, I will actually be taking profit at like 8.25, and then of course 8.75. I might even take a little off at the. No, I'll probably take it off at 8, right there. I'd say just in front of Friday's low of day. So that's what I'm looking at with Mara. We get a gap up in the spot, or I'm sorry, in the crypto market. I want a rejection at 70. We see that rejection. I anticipate us being around here, or at least within our buy zone, but potentially up to this 850, in which case we'll buy puts, go short, sell in at 8.25, 8.75, and we'll see where we go from there. Okay. So that's the pre-market prep here, guys. All right. So we've got two shorts. All right. Short on Amazon. All right. Short on Amazon off of that 217.35 stop. Then short on Ford from as high as 1240, but it's starting as low as 1215. Then we have a call. We're going long on Netflix so long as we see support at 98. Then we're going long on Palantir so long as we see support here at 147. And then we're going short on Mara with a rejection of that $8.50 level. And again, that could be anywhere in the zone. We're just going to keep an eye on crypto, kind of see how that goes. Okay. All right, guys. Well, that is the pre-market prep. We got done just in time. We got 5 minutes left till the market opens. You have any questions about any of these trades, guys? You have, obviously there's a chat. If you're a non-member, you could leave it in our public chat here. If you're a member, obviously you could leave it in a public or a private chat, as well as you could send that directly to me, guys. Obviously, you've got my contact information. That's another great way, and I encourage you to just keep in communications throughout the day. I'll gladly answer any questions directly. So, any of you guys that are not members as of yet, join us here. We're at toptiertradingteam.com. We offer a number of things. As you see, every weekday and trading day, we go live sharing setups, what we're looking at, trades we're eyeing down potentially for the week or for the day, so on and so forth. On top of that, we offer one-on-one personalized mentorship where we'll get together on the phone, really get over and go over details. It really kind of shorten your learning curve, get you really in profitability and understanding quickly. So it's not just videos you're going to watch and then you're left on your own to kind of figure out context and application and stuff like that. We're going to help you through that step by step. The other thing is that we also offer real-time trade alerts directly to your phone. So if you work, you got kids, you got school, whatever the case may be that doesn't allow you to sit there in front of the screen all day, understandably, we send real-time swing trade alerts right to your phone. So, and these swing trade alerts, they'll have time for you to not only find out what the trade is, but you'll have time to contemplate, decide, is this a trade I want to take? And then, of course, as equally as important as the decision-making process is the time to take action. Okay. And that's why I will never, although, live in real time, I will display day trades. I will never alert day trades. They will always be swing trade setups that allow time for positioning, sizing, management, the whole kit and caboodle. Okay. So just some of the stuff that we offer here. And again, we're at toptiertradingteam.com. We certainly look forward to helping you become profitable traders here with us. So, all right, guys, we've got about not quite 3 minutes left, and we will, obviously call it like we see it when that happens. I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to go fill up my coffee and be back in just a sec.
Sessions make the clouds look lighter.
Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list. To the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Minuteship, strategy, zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks, tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar's a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share, run running. Candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every inch you refine. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust, turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah, phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't math, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you got. We map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier
All right, guys, the market is open. The market is open. So let's call it like we see it. And let's see what we have off the bat. Oops. Knocking cords over here, guys. All right, now, again, anticipate these bounce back, guys, because not only are you going to have like shorts covering their positions from the downside move, which is going to give it some buying pressure. This is why I think we are going to go and retest that level up there. Hold on one second, folks. I think we're gonna test that 671 simply because of that. One second, folks. All right. So we're getting our stop tested. Here. Actually, no, we're not even getting our stop tested. For some reason, I thought we were going long for some split second. I went dyslexic. So yeah, we did not get our entry yet here on Amazon. So we're gonna be patient with that. Same with Ford, moved down rather quickly to start the day. Let's switch to the 3 minute. Yeah, look at that, guys. Right down to that 1180 to start the day here. Just hovering. Just hovering, kind of sitting here waiting to see things that are going to play out here this morning. We're going to let them, right? No FOMO, no rushing. Just going to see how she goes. Okay, so Netflix got below our stop, guys. Okay, so now what we're going to look for is a recapture of this area. If we see a recapture and a hold, that's our signal, potentially our signal, to start buying tiers and to start going long. This is not just a break, this is a test. We get tests, right? If we see a retest, an attempt to recapture and we don't get it, or if we see a capitulation and just it keeps going down, then we know that level has failed. But all it is now is testing, guys. This is what we're patient about. We're going to test this level, see what the confirmation is. If we confirm support, we regain and confirm support, we can look to buy into this zone. But as of now, we're not there, so we will continue to be patient. Ford's trying to floor out here at that 1180. Let's see what the overall market is doing. All right. So just like we said, that that area is going to be resistance. Now, I do anticipate the market trying to go test the close from Friday. And again, from this move down, there's going to be shorts that are going to want to cover their positions, right? They've taken advantage of this gap down. And what do shorts have to do to cover their position? They have to buy to close, right? Well, buying adds to the buy pressure. So I do think that there's that, coupled with the fact that people are going to start tearing in. They're going to start nibbling as the spy, and if they're long-term investors, there's areas they're going to start taking nibbles at. So that combination plus the natural buy pressure that the spy out. I mean, nothing moves in any straight line, right, guys? There's always an up and down. Even in a strong move, you see that happening. So that's likely what will happen here. We may get to this 664, which is what we recaptured after the gap down. The pre-market gap down took us to this 658, guys. That's where we got down to over the weekend with the futures having dropped. So the fact that we've already gained this much back right here is a sign that we're going to go test these levels up here. So expect that. However, unless we get a catalyst that comes out, news of de-escalation in the Middle East, oil prices coming down, they open up the Strait of Hamas or Hormuz, then we're going to presume more bearishness once we get to these levels, and we could take those rides down on our other shorts. Wow, Amazon has not attempted to make the bounce quite as strong as like Netflix had to get into our buy zone, but again, they're not all going to work out, guys. We got to be patient and see. Now Ford's trying to bounce up from there. Let's see. So we're going to wait and see what happens here with Ford. Remember, guys, patience. We don't like to buy in the first 15, 20 minutes, sometimes half an hour, just depending on how things are going. We like to take our time, let things play out, let that implied volatility kind of play itself out, lower the price of some of the contracts, so on and so forth. All right, I'm going to test that $12 area here on the spot or on the Ford, guys. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Now, as we're moving up, we're going to get closer into our buy zone for that put. All right. All right, so we're getting a little bit resistance here at 12. Let's see if we get up to 12.15 to get into our short entry. Well, you can see why we had to bring that short entry down a little bit, right? We're already getting some resistance. Not that we won't get up there, but sometimes you got to make those decisions on the fly. Ooh, Amazon. Goodness gracious, just fell right out of bed, guys. Well, we were right on our thesis on the short, right? Um, you would have been close. I mean, you had a split second where you touched it right off the bat. I guess you could have if you were very aggressive and you just felt confident, in that aggression and taking that position. Clearly, would have been good, but didn't quite get into that buy zone that we would have liked to see. So yeah, it happens. We're gonna get into one of these once in a while, and some of them you won't. All right, so we're getting tested on our stop. Let's see if we regain it. It's trying. So long as we set a higher low, okay, and we keep setting higher lows, we could get into that area. So we'll see what happens with Netflix. And look at that Palantir, guys, just strong. Look at how everything else down. Palantir went up to start the day. See where we're at. Okay, so we're right there, just above 155. We'd like to get a little bit of a pullback right into this zone here. Get no lower than 147, but as low as 147. In which case, of course, we look to, once we've confirmed a bottom and a support here, then we could take advantage. But we're not quite there yet. Check Mara. All right, trying to hold 8 on Mara. And we're getting right into that. We just touched our entry for the short, but that's gonna, again, guys, we're gonna watch Bitcoin to decide whether or not we're actually gonna take that short or not. We see Bitcoin reject at the 69 to 70, then we can look for a rejection at Mara as well, and we can take that short. Yeah, Amazon not there. And Ford is trying to get up into our buy zone for that put. I know some of you guys are eyeing this Ford with me here, so I'm going to kind of stick on that. And I know some of your sells or your buy levels here, and looking at it, guys, we just missed it by $6. I mean, it ain't over. We could easily, we go to test the low of the day. Our buys will likely trigger. All right, so we're gonna again be patient. If we get the short here, it may trigger because once we get up into that 12.15 and higher zone, and we get into the short zone, and that pulls us back down, then we could end up getting our long leap call as well. And that's kind of what I'm looking to do here, guys. Even though the market's down, Ford is down from a $14.80 gap up post earnings from a few weeks ago, and then it dropped last week from 14.80. Look, all the way down to this 11.80, $3. So there's a lot that went in this, not just the overall market and its condition, but Ford also had a 1.73 million car recall. On top of that, there's tons of profit taking. Lots of people that long term, especially, got in at say like $9, $10. Well, when it hit 14.80, almost $15, what do you think they were doing, guys? They're taking profit. They made 40% or something on their money. I'd be taking profit. So, so it's kind of like the perfect storm that caused this exacerbated move down on Ford. So I do believe that we're going to get not only just a dead cat bounce in the short term here, but long term, I think this is a good long buy zone. So personally, I'm buying long dated leaps as we're into this 12 zone. I'm especially eyeing down basically $12 calls going out to January of 2028. And I'm going to start building a long term option swing position there with that. So now, as you know from the pre-market, that is with the anticipation that we might find ourselves all the way down at 1137 before we find that final floor rate. So what I plan to do is simply buy in tiers as we hit these levels. I'm going to continue to buy long-term calls, cheaper and cheaper, bringing down my average, and then taking advantage of obviously the turnaround when that happens and take profit tiering out as we move up. Now, as we are going potentially down, and I'm getting those calls at cheaper and cheaper prices, bringing down my average and adding more, I guess, gunpowder to the dynamite, so to speak, for when the move we anticipate happens in terms of a bullish reversal to the upside. I'm going to take advantage of the downside by just buying puts. And like here, I'm gonna as we come down, I'm gonna take a position and a put once I see weakness, and then I'm gonna bring some profit in, and that's gonna reduce my cost out of pocket for my calls, and reduce my overall risk while, like I said, adding more boom boom to the dynamite for when the time occurs for us here. So, it kind of one of the things that we can amongst. I mean, look, the market has so many options in terms of ways to make money. It's like a martial arts display or exhibition or competition, whatever you want to call it. Everybody comes in with their own thing, whether it's jujitsu, kung fu, uh, taekwondo, judo, you know what I mean? And it's just a free for all. It's like the UFC. Whatever techniques you have, put them to work here because there's lots of times where you could implement multiple techniques, multiple styles of trading. The more you know, the better off you are in that regard. And this is why education, observation is so important, guys. And really, like, don't let things overwhelm you. Like, if you're not getting it right away, that's totally fine. Nobody does. I didn't. But eventually, guys, you will see the matrix. You will see the patterns. You will see it'll be to a point where it's almost instinctual, but you got to train your instincts with the combination of education and experience. And every bit as important, guys, emotional control. But that emotional control only comes when you build strength through education and experience. Okay. So urge you to observe, just keep looking, even if you're not participating, even if you don't have money in, paper trade, you know, do hypotheticals, log things, watch a specific stock, get to know it like the back of your hand. You don't need to know everything about everything. you know, Sharpen one sword and get to be a master at it. And then you move on to the next sword and the next technique, so on. Sharpen your blade, get better at that thing, and then once you're a specialist in a thing and you have consistency, then you can move on to other styles, other developing skill sets and moving on from there. So, um, again, nothing I say here is financial advice, guys. Just what I've been through, what I go through, what I'm eyeing, what I see, and I'm going to share that with you so that you could go through this growth as well with me and alongside me. Because there's a lot. I learn things all the time. If you ever stop learning, you're on the wrong path. Because the market will humble you, life will humble you quickly if you ever stop that. All right, guys. Well, we're pulling back a little bit on to test VWAP here on Ford. I'm going to see if we end up pulling back enough to get our buy-in on our long contract. Again, it would take a revisiting likely at the low of the day to break that low of the day cost of the contract to get the price that I know some of us are looking for um, on that $12 call that goes out to the 28th, or I'm sorry, January 28th. We might get that. We'll see. We just got to be patient, guys. Just patience. Patience and proactivity are really the key here and in life. Patience to see, have the right setup and let the setup come to you, and then proactive when you see it, act. You know, that but the confidence to act comes from like what I said earlier. Okay, look at that, 97.40 on Netflix. Got right into that level of support there. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if we get back up in here and we retake this level. Again, it's still early, guys. It's so early. It's 8:51. We've been open 21 minutes. That's it. We don't even like to look at things until about now, and really like another 10 minutes from now is perfectly acceptable. Yeah, heck, we could go an hour whenever it tells us it's right, but we don't like to buy right off. No problem selling right off the bill. If I've got a sell order put out and it triggers, I mean, I love that volatility in the morning when that just triggers and pays me off. But I really don't like buying until at least 15 minutes into the market day, but really an average of about 20 minutes, half an hour. Of course, you want to be selective when you strike. So sometimes it requires you at it, not that time or those times to do it. But you have to be understanding and confident in what's happening in that moment. All right, Palantir finally giving us a pullback. We're not quite to our buy zone yet, but maybe we'll get there shortly. Look, Mara got right into our buy zone, guys. Right into it. And let me see. Crypto, bingo. Trying to test that 69K right now. That area or zone goes all the way up to the 70K. So it's got another 1,000 before it's, I mean, not even then we'll even be testing the upper end of that channel, and then we'll see if there's a break at that point. But it has another $1,000 to get to even that point. In which case, this is where I think we might get it to this 830, maybe even as high as 840 to 850, and that's what I'm waiting for this short, guys. I want to wait to see when Bitcoin comes up here. Now, you could start tearing into a short here. I mean, we are touching the 69 on here, and it is obviously giving us a bit of resistance. But this candle's not even done. So, I mean, we may blaze through this and get up to that 70K quickly. We don't know. Again, patience, right? We like to be patient. Tomorrow goes retracing to go test. Whoop, we're pulling back, just like we thought. Maybe go test that lower day, guys. We might get that $12 call after all. All right, let's see where we're at. Again, folks, any questions you have, if you're not a member, leave it in our public chat here. If you are a member, obviously you could directly message me and ask me anything you want, and I'll get to them as soon as possible. All right, let's see where you go forward. But guys, look at that support. I mean, we have this. This was our profit target, right? And look how we got right to it. You know, had we gotten say an ever so slight gap up here this morning to start the day into the zone, and we had the same bearish price action out afterwards. Look at it, we're right in our zones to sell, and we would have been in profit right off the bat. Even if we bought at that 12.15, I mean, we could have a nice little move here. We'll see what we get. All right, let's see what the overall market's doing. Okay, so we got down to that six under 666. See if we regain the 664 from the pre-market. I just think that if we don't get any positive catalyst in the market, we're going to see ourselves down here at 650. I mean, we're going to see 658 here by the end of the day for sure if we don't get any news. But I would say very soon, day or two, definitely by week's end, we'll be down here at 650, 652, 72, somewhere in this zone. Now, guys, if you see a reduction in oil prices, you hear anything about that, look for the market to pop from there. Netflix is attempting to regain that um, stop area, guys. Very interesting morning. All right. Amazon, guys, is having trouble getting up into that buy zone for us. So I think there's a good chance we may not get that here today. Um, Ford is just kind of stalling out here near the low of the day. All right. Netflix did not give us our entry for the long. We'll see what the rest of the day brings us. We're very close near our leap call buy for Ford here. Just hasn't quite gotten there. What does look like Bitcoin kind of wants to test, break up through that 69,000 into that test at 70K. So we'll see what happens there. That'll determine what we do with Mara. All right, well, guys, I'm going to take a quick 5 minute break. I will be back and to continue to call it like we see it.
Time trading team. Yeah, we talk that green. Money in my sleep. But I stay on screen. Hey, hey. Double cup coffee, charts on tilt, candles on fire, count get billed. I don't chase hype, I just chase my plan. Rich so tight, turn a bend to 10 grand. Swipe that phone, I'm in real time mode. Trend line clean, whole squad on go. We don't guess, we don't pray, we return. Maybe one day, two, I really do this daily. Top tier trading team, we the ones they see. Whole squad eating up the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. One strategy session, line stay ring. Personal management, keep your mind in position. Weekly group study, we all locked in. Top tier trading team, we were built to win. Sunday night lights, got a plan for the week. Study hard, running till my eyes feel weak. Q&A popping, new plays unlocked. Next morning open, we already got stock. Screen share flowing, you can see my hand. In the red cool, I'll show you where you stand. Trade by trade, I'ma walk you through. From scared to prepared, yeah, we changed that view. Top 10, top tier trading team. We are the ones they see. Whole squad eating on the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading. On alerts hit, that's a line on go. Check this level when the price run cold. Private group chat where the game get passed. Top tier trading, we gon' make it last. Who you know break it down like this, like this. Teach you how to hunt, not wish, not wish. Option shares, long game, quick flip, same grind, different whip, same script, same script. We don't flex what we can't explain. If I'm supposed to win, I can show the pain. Risk right, sleep right, still get paid. Top tier trading team, that's the way we made it. Top tier trading team. We are the ones they see. Whole squad eating up the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. One strategy sessions, lines stay ringing. Personal mentorship, keep your mind in position. Phone trade alerts, got the whole crew tapped. Top tier trading team, put the name on the map. Top tier. Top tier trading team. Yeah, we talk that green. Money in my sleep. But I stay on screen. Hey, hey. Double cup coffee, charts on tilt, candles channels on fire, count get billed. I don't chase hype, I just chase my plan. Rich so tight, turn a band to 10 grand. Swipe that phone, I'm in real time mode. Trend line clean, whole squad on go. We don't guess, we don't pray, we return. Maybe one day, two, I really do this daily. Top tier trading team, we the ones they see. Whole squad eating up the same routine. From the watch list straight to the winning screen. Top tier trading team.
All right, folks, back. Let me see what I missed in this few minutes. All right, Ford is pulling back to test that low of the day right now, guys. So we might get that call that we were eyeing down, that $12 long leap. So very, very close to our buy here, guys. And let's go see what Amazon is doing. Ooh, let's see. What's the SPY doing? Oh, there we got our rejection there on the SPY. Right off of that 666, huh? Yep, pretty much right off of that 6666. And that was the pre-market gap up high as well, was that. So we anticipated that potential resistance, and there it is. In which case, again, we're going to potentially, if we do not hold the 662, all right, if we do not hold this low of the day, we'll be down here at 658 before we know it. All right. In which case, that'll bring all of our shorts down that we're in, which unfortunately is not going to be Amazon. We were completely right on our thesis. We just, didn't give us the move we wanted to start the day. We were hoping for an ever slight gap up, at least to test VWAP, right? We didn't even get that. So, unless you were just overly aggressive here, guys. And if you were, congrats, because it worked out in your favor, So sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but we like to, rely on skill, not luck, right? But congrats if you did, nonetheless. So that's cool. But we just didn't get our entry quite yet on that. Ford doing basically what we anticipated, except we didn't get quite to there. And I was a little concerned that we might have to mute our expectation getting up there even more than we did. Because remember, our original buy entry was this 1224. But with the excessive gap down over the week, I thought maybe we would pop up to this 1215, in which case we kind of enter there. But we are having trouble even getting to this 12. Okay. So, guys, what I am going to do is if and when this triggers this $12 call that we're looking at for the lead, and the ones of you know that what I'm talking about, because we spoke about it in our one-on-ones, that we're going to see once that happens, once we get to this 1180 bottom, do we continue to head then down to this 1155 and so forth? If we continue to see weakness upon the purchase of that long leap call, I will be buying a put. Okay, if I see that this area, once I purchase that $12 call, does not hold, personally, I will grab a put as a hedge to ride on down to this 1155, thereby reducing some of the loss that'll come from that purchase here of the call. Okay, bringing me some of that back to balance that loss, and then I will tier in another long as we go down to these levels. So I'll buy a put if I think we're going to go down here, sell the put here, take some of that money in profit, buy another long $12 leap at a cheaper price, and thereby building my position, lowering my average, but meanwhile being cognizant of any potential continual downside and taking puts along the way. So let's say I get a put here because we see the rejection of this level. Well, I'll buy a put, sell it here, and then if we see a bounce, I'll stay out. If I see a bounce and then it starts to, again, look heavy, like we're going to get a rejection, maybe at this retest of this level, well, then I'll buy another put just to save my downside. And at this point, having dollar cost averaged down, having multiple contracts to the upside, I won't care if this second hedge that I buy goes to zero because I've already profited on the downside. Plus now I'm making money on the upside. So hope that wasn't too confusing. I tried to keep it as ABC as possible in that scenario, but that is what I am eyeing down to do here on Ford. So Some of you are already in that understanding and are taking action in that activity with me. So just wanted to make that clear for others as well as to reinforce what I'm doing for you guys that are already in the know and doing what I'm doing. So um, we're very, very close, guys. Very close to that buy-in. Another tick down and you're there. So, all right, let's do a quick check of these other guys. Amazon's a no-go for now. Netflix is a no for now. Or a no-go. Palantir is on its way to give us potentially an entry. It's going to go test our levels, I hope, in which case we could potentially go long on Palantir. And Mara looks like it's weak. I suspect Bitcoin's weak too. Yep, having some trouble getting over that 69K. And overall market is going back to test the low of the day, broke the low of the day, and we'll see if that continues with some gusto. So, all right, guys, I will be back very, very shortly.
Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent, top tier trading team in the building, got the charts all glowing, we winning, midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand, strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light, weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep, ask your questions, get that game, we all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade name. Real time phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Hey, soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade name. Real time phone alert, the setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Top tier trading teams say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team, 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 top tier trading team. Say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alerts and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. Whoa, yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team, 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 top tier trading team. Say the name real loud from the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alerts and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. Whoa, yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Stride your sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud from the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud from the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. on the desk, we persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Hey, soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team, 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 top tier trading team. Say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alerts and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. Whoa, yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Hey, soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. 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 Say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alerts and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. Whoa, yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Stride your sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, parking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade name. Real time phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Hey! Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alert, the setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team, 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 top tier trading team. Say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alert, the setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. Whoa, yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Midship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Strategy sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got in every live trade made. Real time phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run. We clap for the team, every single one. Hey! Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd, we got QA sessions bringing that flame. Screen share guiding every live trade made. Real time phone alert and setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah.
All right, guys. Want to do a quick check-in. All right, it is 9:42 Central. So let me see where we're at here in the markets and on some of these stocks. 1 second to pull my chart. Okay. All right. Well, look at that. The SPY bouncing off of the low of the day right there. We got our double bottom, very clear double bottom, right? And then look what happened once we broke up over this. We're breaking up over this apex. We're going to see if that holds on a pullback. All right. Obviously, we're going to pull back to retest VWAP, and the trade line is going to see if it finds support there. And if we hold the 664 or better, then maybe we finally get some continuation to the upside, and we can kind of retest not only the high of the day here, but maybe get up to the 671. Now, guys, if that even occurs, okay, pardon me, even if that does occur, like we break up through the high of the day and we move up to retest that 671 and the yesterday's close at 673 and some change, I still think this area is going to be resistance. And I think anything that you were already short on here today or had a plan to go short with, even if they bounce back up, you have the potential to re-short those to the downside. Now, keyword, okay, is potential, not guaranteed, because what we're going to do is use our best tools, right? The two best tools that we have are our eyes and our brain, right? Our CPU. If we get up into this area and we are witnessing a combination of bullish strength indicators, okay, the VWAP trade line relationship, the angle at which the price movement and the moving averages go, this, that, just combination, whatever they may be, of excessive bullishness when we're testing that area. Well, now that thesis is no longer valid, right? And at that point, we have to switch our thinking either in the opposite direction or just completely reassess and re-strategize, reset up, and go from there. All right. So we're going to watch that as we move up here. The only thing that I see happening that will do that, though, is, again, news. Excuse me. Like I said earlier this weekend and earlier today, we have to be, really have our heads on a swivel here when it comes to news out of the Middle East and oil. Now, they're both in tandem, certainly, but they also can be independent, too. The military action started prior, and yes, there was a little bump in oil, but it wasn't as significant as you've seen here over the weekend and into today. But that can change even with the military action still occurring. For instance, if they open up either the Strait of Hormuz or the Strait of Hamas, that will increase flow transport. And so, of course, then now supply changes and prices kind of come down in oil. That allows equities and stock to kind of move their way back up a little bit. But you still have that going in the background. Now, if something were to disturb that, let's say that happened hypothetically, and there's oil production goes up and transport goes up, prices come down, and let's presume then a week, a day, 2 weeks later, some point, if this military activity is still going on, there might be another action that affects oil, right? Maybe they try to close the other port, or they reestablish some type of strong. Point being, as I'm getting to, is that you have to be aware of what's going on in that regard right now, and you kind of have things that work in tandem and independently that are going to drive where the overall market kind of goes here. So keeping our eyes and ears open then allows us to again use our brains and process whether or not our thesis is correct. At this point, I haven't heard anything about that. That's not anything news wise that I'm hearing over any wires. So I'm going to presume then this will remain resistance once we go up into this 671 to 673 zone. All right. We will look for that weakness and then we'll know that that's correct. And then, maybe we can even take a short spy scalp down to the test the low of the day, the VWAP and low of the day, something like that. Um, we'll see what happens there. But then let's see what we got going on here in Bitcoin. So it did get up over that 69 and that 69.3. So obviously it's going to pull back to test that 69. We'll see if the pullback holds, in which case it go up to that 70. Um, and then we'll see, if that 70 remains resistance, well, we can expect Mara to find resistance at that 850. And look, guys, please, I welcome you. Go check the pre-market. Go check Sunday study hall. This is exactly what we said to a T to expect, right? We're going to see if when this area gets tested, if we're going to get up here to this 850. Look what's happening, guys. I don't have a crystal ball here. Okay. I'm not a witch or a warlock. It's just familiarity, education, experience, and all that coalesces to some level of understanding. And that's what I'm trying to share here with you guys. But look, we're right there. So as Bitcoin goes up here to test that 70, we're probably going to be at 850 here on Mara. We see weakness in crypto, anticipate weakness in Mara. You can short that right back down, guys. And this is exactly what we're looking to. I mean, we want this tested. We want that weakness. I mean, if we want to go short, like I don't want people to lose money in crypto. You know what I mean? Like if you're invested in Bitcoin overall, I hope you make tons of money. I hope it goes up for you and everything else. I'm just going to make money off of stuff no matter what happens. You know what I mean? I don't have a bias. I'm not bearish. I'm not bullish. Um, I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm right in the middle of everything. And I'm just going to take what it gives me. Simple as that. In this case, the anticipation is weakness and resistance. And if we're right, then we're going to take advantage of that with Mara. Very simple. Palantir, man, so close to our buy zone there. Sometimes you got to be really patient, guys. See, but we still have a chance. And these trades, they don't always happen the first day. Sometimes they happen the second day. Sometimes they break down and then they regain. That might happen. That might be what happens here with Netflix. 1 second, guys. Pardon me. So that initial trade didn't set up for us. Clearly, our stop did not hold. Right? That's clear as day. So we have a new setup here. Okay. And this is you can see what it is. Very simple. Oops, I didn't mark that number here. That should be a 96. Okay. So we're just going to look for 96 to potentially hold as our stop. You can see the buy zone goes as far as 96.50. All right. So anywhere in this zone, we want to have proof of support. Okay. Like right here, this is just a little bounce. That doesn't mean it's support. This is just testing VWAP. All right. Trade line's got to test VWAP. Price action is going to test it. And then if we see continued weakness, that we go test the low of the day, break through, and we see ourselves down in here. Hopefully we start to base out. Okay. If we do base out, all right, well, then you have the opportunity to buy there. And then we'll just look to these upside levels for profit. 97, 97.40, and then just all these levels that we drop from. Now these will be our profit targets. Okay. but we'll see. Again, nothing's set in stone here, and this is just one way to be nimble in some of these trades as well. This was our original setup. We see it didn't work. All right. Well, then we looked at the next possibility, and we have it set up for that right here. Okay. And just a quick day trade. This is not a long swing trade. Um, None of that. Amazon is not a swing short day trade. Netflix, we're looking for a day trade. Palantir, just a day trade. Um, the one that I am looking out longer with, I do have a day trade here with Ford as well. The day trade on Ford is a short. We find ourselves up in this area. I look to short. That is a day trade. Long term, I'm bullish on Ford, and I would be buying and am buying long dated leaps, like $12 leaps that go out say to 2028. All right, giving me plenty of time to manage my positions, to dollar cost average in if and when Ford goes down a little bit, to manage any downside risk with hedges, making some money on the way down, helping me get a better dollar cost average to the upside while using profit money from the downside move. Um, and then ultimately, once we get the move to the upside, continue, just to take advantage and tear out in profit each and every time. And that's ultimately the goal that I'm looking at here with Ford. Um, I do believe it's a bit overextended to the downside, and I believe that as we approach in the overall market that 650 level, excuse me. Wow, we're at 667, so that's a nice sign. We're testing the high of the day. Um, I think we have the opportunity. I mean, we got down to 658 last night. Excuse me one second, guys. I gotta get a drink. My throat is a little dry here. All right, I've been doing a lot of talking lately. Um, yeah, so we had gotten down to 658 in the pre-market and in the futures. Basically, this is where we got to. Obviously, you see we've done a nice job recovering. The market wants to have some level of recovery, but as long as those catalysts are out there, it's going to have a tough time. And so I kind of forgot what I was saying. I'm sorry, guys. My coffee threw me off a little bit. Yeah, we're talking about these players in relation to the market. So with Ford, again, the overextension to, I believe, if we go to 650 on the SPY, okay, I think Ford gets as low as possibly this 1137. All right. In which case, I would be loading up even more with basically the $12 calls. But I would just hedge the whole way down, buying puts on the way. Okay, so I'm going to get a put up here. I do anticipate that resistance. And then just sell the puts, sell the put, sell the put. But every time I'm selling a put at these levels, I'm going to keep an eye on the potential for a bounce. If I see that, I'll continue to buy, a call at a cheaper price as they go down. And then just while I'm doing that, as they go down, sell and profit from the puts. That's it, folks. So, I mean, it's as simple as I can kind of lay it out without getting into extreme detail and all that. But I could go over that technique with you guys, on one-on-ones or in our group studies, if you guys have questions about it. But that's just one technique. It's one kung fu that you can apply here in the markets. So many styles, so many different things you could do. If you own shares, you could sell covered calls. You could a great way to buy shares if you're interested is to sell puts. that allows you to collect premiums and make money selling contracts right off the bat. So you get that contract no matter what, you get that money. On top of that, when you sell a put, you're obligating yourself to buy shares at a certain price that you want. So if I want a stock that say it's Ford, okay, and as of right now, and this is strictly a hypothetical, guys, but it's 11.92 right here, and say I want to buy this at $11. Like I want to become a shareholder. I looked at the long charts, I checked everything out, and I believe that that level is a good buy level for long-term investment, so on and so forth. Well, and again, hypothetical. I'm not saying that's the case. It's just for example's sake. Let's say that's the case. Well, at I would sell an $11 put and collect some number of dollars for selling that premium, and that would meaning that once, if and when Ford hit $11, I would then be purchasing for each contract that I sold. I would be purchasing 100 shares of Ford at that price. So if I sell an $11 put, if Ford were to go to 11 or under, and the contract expired, say it was for next week. Well, now I keep that premium and I get assigned 100 shares at $11, which is what I wanted. But instead of it costing me $1,100 for those 100 shares, I'll have kept whatever the premium is. Let's say hypothetically, without looking at any options, charts, or anything right now, um, I would just hypothesize that maybe you could get like, I don't know. I guess it would really depend on how you dated it. Okay, like right now, if you did it for this week, it would be only like $4, But you could make it go out. The further you go out, the more you could get for it. So, for instance, you could do an 11.85 put for, let's see, 31, or it depends on what you want. Or you could even look at it longer dated. Like, for instance, if you went out, I don't know, let's go to June of 20, January of 28. Glancing at that, you get $140. Well, that's a $10 put. They don't offer the 11, but you could probably end up being a seller for that, and opening that for probably $160. But let's say instead you wanted it for 10. Let's go with that hypothetical. Right now, it's going for about $140. So it would cost $1,000 normally to get 100 shares of Ford at $10 a share, right? Well, if you sold a contract dated to 2028, you would get $140 for selling that and obligating yourself to buy those shares at $10 a piece. Well, that's $140 back from your 1,000. That's over 10% of your money back already. And you still have the opportunity to long term be a shareholder. Now, if it never gets to 11 or $10, let's say it only gets down as low as $10.50 from $12. Well, then what happens is, if and when the option expires, you get all your money back that had been put aside to buy those shares, and you will have collected and kept 100% of the premium, that $140 that you had been paid for selling the contract. So you will have made 12%, 12.5%, something around there, on your money off of shares that you didn't even have to buy. It just holds your money in case that triggers, but you will have not even owned it. Basically, it's like you borrowed the shares and you just made 12.5% on an investment for the next year or two, for 2 years. Um, Not bad. If you have, I mean, everything I'm talking is hypothetical, guys. Again, nothing's ever financial advice here, right? Just things, possibilities, options that you can do, whatever. Um, let's say you bought $10,000 in shares worth of shares, or you sold contracts. If you have 10 grand and you wanted to sell $10 contracts, you would receive $1,400 back off of your 10,000. That's yours to keep. Your auto, and you can do whatever you want with that after, and you get it right away. Now, for the next 2 years, that 10 grand will be sitting there, but you'll have made that 1,500, and that'll be sitting there for you as like a savings account. And then if it triggers, you get your shares at the price you want, but at an even cheaper average. It'll cost you less than $10 because you'll have been paid the premium cost. So you'll be at an average of say 860 per share. So when you get them, you could even sell them right off the bat at 10. Let's presume that when you get assigned the shares, it's at 10. But you're in the profit there already. So I mean, lots of different things, lots of different ways. Whether it's you want to make money now, you want to just put, or it's wealth preservation versus needing income, but you want somewhere to make some money, but also really just to hold your money and be safe with it. Um, Lots of different options, guys. So that's the beauty of the market. You know, so many kung fu's you can operate with. See where we at here in some of these places, some of these stocks. Wow. Just did not get our short entry here on Amazon. But we are getting a bit of a reversal move here. So we might get an opportunity. We may not. Um, but I'm going to see, guys, even if we get into this zone and it looks weak, we might just be able to ride it right back down here. All right, keeping an eye on the overall market with that. So, but it looks like it might be setting up for the possibility on that one. Board's doing the same. Let's go ahead and switch to the 5 minute. I don't think there's a need to be on the other one. Okay. Nothing is noteworthy as of yet, guys. Just still kind of waiting for things to play out. Oh, there we go. See if this holds on this test of 69K. VWAP is coming up. It's got a ways to go here. Let's go ahead and switch to the 15 minute on crypto. No need to micro manage that watch there. So one thing you don't want to see when you want continuation on a bullish move is this kind of what you're seeing now. You see on this move here on this candle to go test that 69,000, got a nice sizable candle, all right, relative to all these prior, right? And this is the 15 minute time frame. But then one thing you don't like to see, yes, the trade line held. That's true. But at the same time, right here on this pullback, you got larger than you would like volume. It is less than the move up, but it's still larger than you would like by, I would say, 30 to 40%, at least 30%. And there seems to be continuation after that and a weakening clearly of buy pressure as well. So these next 15 minutes or so are going to be crucial. But with this move up, it also isn't surprising to see that it needs to kind of pull back, retest levels even as low as 68, 68,000. Wouldn't be surprised to see 68,000 or 68.6. somewhere in that low 69 even, um, before it really goes and then reattempts to do something substantial up here. So that's kind of what I would be looking for. Just a pullback. It's got to kind of reestablish itself and see if it can continue from there. And then we'll see what Mara does. Obviously, we're going to be. I mean, this is happening pretty much right to a T, guys. I mean, it's right into that zone, and we just want a real solid test of this 850. But guys, that could really be 840, to be honest. So let's go ahead and mark that even. You could consider this almost your stop. I guess we'll have a stop level here today. But that's only, again, if we have trouble getting over 69K, this is going to be that likely double top resistance for the day. Let me emphasize that it's for the short. Well, as if you couldn't tell from all this. All right. All right, so that's all we're looking at here, folks, for Mara. If you're looking to play off of crypto, Palantir wants to give us this chance. It's so bullish. It's so bullish that it won't come back to give us the opportunity to get in it. Well, it's not that it won't, but it hasn't yet, and it's taking its time. Okay. So looks like we're testing this 12. See what happens here. I would think we're going to test this 12 hive day, pull back. Again, it's 10:09 Central, guys, and we're right starting into what I call death hour. About 10:30, it really kicks in, but it can be as early as 10. So this volume dropping off here and then already meeting resistance at the hive day, to me means I think we're going to come back to have to retest VWAP. If VWAP holds, then I could see a retest of the high of the day for the third time, in which case we would be making the tiniest little bull flag, which would give us permission to kind of get through that 12 and start heading up to the zone. But then remember, guys, we are looking to short up there unless we hear positive news out of the Middle East and with oil. Otherwise, we will anticipate a weakness and rejection once we get up into these levels for our short entry. Right. But we're definitely testing the high of day right now as we speak. I hope you guys are having a great Monday today. I know where you guys are all at. I know we're all kind of splattered around the globe and in the country here, but out here in Chicago, it's a beautiful day, especially for early March. It was already in the 50s, and we're talking about like 60s or 70s today, or at least 70, I think. So we got birds chirping. I got the window open, and for this time of year, it's technically still winter, and we've been very lucky actually. The last couple years, we've had relatively mild winters compared to others, in the past. But it's even that being said, rarely is it this nice this early. So And I don't anticipate it staying. You know how spring is. It's like a seesaw, right? You're 60 one day and 40 or 30 the next day. And I certainly anticipate that for the next couple of weeks. But it's nice here right now. So I hope you guys are in some good weather too and able to enjoy that as well. And if you're not, you know, hang tight. It's on its way. Oh, goodness. Very interesting morning. Kind of fun to watch here this morning. Just lots of ups and downs. Hmm. All right, folks. Well, things are kind of slow at the moment, and I kind of went over everything a little bit here. So I'll be back in a few. And again, any questions you have, whether it's these trades, other trades you're in, whatever, anything trade related, blah, blah, just leave it in the chats.
Got a crew in the back room, charts stacked knee high, candles burning, coffee churning, watching numbers crawl on by. They call us top tier trading team. We hunt that field, we stalk that green. Manage shipping strategy sessions, turn that guessing into lean. Mean machine, oh yeah. Top tier trading team. We don't roll no dice. We call that market cold as ice. From that first bell ring to the closing screen, you got a blues born backbone in the top tier trading team. Monday night study hall, questions cutting to the bone. Weekly Q&A, money talk, you ain't trading all alone. Screen share glow on a torn up desk, guiding through the step-by-step mess. Real-time whisper through that phone, hit that level and leave it alone. Hey, top-tier trading team. We don't roll no dice. We call that market cold as ice. From that first bell ring to the closing screen, you got a blues born backbone in the top tier trading team. We got trading Mars on the night shift, watching every tick, every drift. Private chat room humming low, secrets only paid up players know. Real-time alerts like a preacher shout, take your profit, child, get out. Top tier trading team, we don't roll no dice. We carve that market cold as ice. Mentors, halls, and late night schemes. Phone calls, screams, and midnight dreams. You got a blues-born backbone in a top-tier trading team. Got a crew in the back room, charts stacked knee-high, candles burning, coffee churning, watching numbers crawl on by. They call us top. Whoa, yeah. Wake up, watch list, coffee on the desk, be persistent. Top tier trading team in the building. Got the charts all glowing, we winning. Minship magic, talk through the plan, step by step, hand in hand. Stride your sessions, locking in tight from that opening bell to the late night light. Weekly study halls, we diving deep, marking zones while the world's asleep. Ask your questions, get that game. We all rise up in the same lane. Hey! Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alert, setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Trading miles, watching every tick, every turn. Help you dodge them traps, help you learn. Screen share live, see the candles move. Click by click, we in the groove. Private trader group, that backroom brain. Drop a chart, get a no, iron out the strain. Access granted, you ain't alone. Whole squad riding when you enter that zone. From the first small win to the big home run, we clap for the team, every single one. Hey. Soul in the hustle, jazz in the flow. Pop in the hook, watch your confidence grow. Top tier trading team, say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alert, the setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team, 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 top tier trading team. Say the name real loud. From the pre-market whisper to the closing crowd. We got QA sessions, bringing that flame. Screen share, got it every live trade made. Real time phone alert, the setups ring. Private chat room where the real ones sing. Top tier trading team, that's the groove we play. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Turn that market heartbeat into pay. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team, so clean. Strategy sessions keep the mind keen. Weekly study, we gather and learn. Questions burning, we take our turn. Cue and the fire, sharpen the plan. Turn every lesson to a stronger hand. Top tier trading team. We move like roots in a money machine. From the bell to the close, we steady. Mind and chart and spirit ready. Top tier trading team. We plant the seed and then we reap the green. Together we climb that profit stream. Top tier trading team. Trading marks, watching every wave, slow hand, strong heart, staying brave. Screen share live, we walk that line, guiding every click through the shifting sign. Phone start ring with the real-time call. Entry now, protect it all. Alerts like drums when the trend run fast. We ride the move, let the fear pass. Top tier trading team. We move like roots in a money machine. From the bell to the close, we steady. Mind and chart and spirit ready. Top tier trading team. We plant the seed and then we reap the green. Together we climb that profit stream. Top tier trading team. Private chat room, campfire glow. Quiet wisdom, let the knowledge flow. Win day, lose day, still we stay seen. Discipline deeper than the price screen. Top tier trading team. We move like roots in a money machine. From the bell to the close, we steady. Mind and chart and spirit ready. Top tier trading team. We plant the seed and then we reap the green. Together we climb that profit stream. Top tier trading team. Top tier. Top tier. Y'all know what it is. Yeah. I ain't gamble, I got game. Read the tape, we don't chase flame. Top tier, that's the flag we raise. Turn red days green, flip drawdowns to praise. Phone buzz, that's the bag on the line. Real time hit. I'm in right on time. Chart marked up, see the zone, then I slide. Wrist locked tight, got the fan by my side. Top tier trading team, we don't miss that move. Real time trade alert, straight to your phone we groove. Private chat run deep, that's the inner room proof. Study halls live, we sharpen up the whole troop. Top tier trading team, yeah, we built that lane. Step in with the squad, we gon' level your game. From the bell to the close, we connected and trained. Real time to your phone, put respect on the name. Private room, that's the wartime table. Plays in the chat, every plan transparent, stable. Drop tickers, entries, exits, ranges. Whole crew locked in, adapt through the changes. Live studio hall, screen share, we break math. QA sessions, clear path on the craft. Options, common, spreads in the stash. We teach stack, then we help you stack cash. Let's go! Top tier trading team, we don't miss that move. Real time trade alert, straight to your phone we groove. Private chat run deep, that's the inner room proof. Live studio halls blaze, we sharpen up the whole truth. Top tier trading team, yeah, we built that lane. Step in with the squad, we gon' level your game. From the bell to the close, we connected and trained. Real time to your phone, put respect on the name.
From the pre to the power hour, we locked in. Losers turn lessons, then we load up and win. You can ride all alone or ride with the kings. Top tier trading team, put some weight on your wings.
Top tier trading team, we don't miss that move. Real time
Real-time trade alert, straight to your phone we groove. Private chat run deep, that's the inner room proof. Study halls live, we sharpen up the whole troop. Top tier trading team, yeah, we built that lane. Step in with the squad, we gon' level your game. From the bell to the close, we connected and trained. Real time to your phone, put respect on the name. Top time. Top time.
Coffee on, charge up early, candles dancing, screens all glowing. You don't have to stare alone now. Top tier trading team, yeah, we show how. Hey! Top tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan, mentorship and strategy. Walk you through it hand in hand. Weekly study hall, where we break it down in plain terms. Top tier trading team, helping you grow while the market turns. Quiet questions you've been saving, all that jargon got you wavering. Accusations, lay it all bare. Ask it straight, we'll meet you there. Trading marks, keep the wrist tight. Screen share guiding through the live fight. Real-time calls while the chicks move fast. You ride the wave, we steer the crash. Top tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. Mentorship and strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Weekly study halls, where we break it down in plain terms. Top tier trading team, helping you grow while the market turns. Real-time phone alerts, buzzing in your hand. Private trader chat room, you are not a one-person band. We learn the why, we share the how. You got the drive, we got you now. Yeah, top-tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. Mentorship and strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Group halls, QA calls, screen share when the bell starts to ring. Oh, top tier trading team, level you up while the market swings. Top tier trading team now. Come on, y'all. Yeah, come on down, don't you be too late. We'll show you how to work that market game. Got one strategy. Sit you right down, tune up your plan, turn your game around. Personal mentorship, talk your real plain, so can ride that chart like a fast freight train. Everybody with the top tier trading team, do the trade around. Come learn clean, come learn keen, do the trade around. We got your back when the bell go ring. Sign on up, let your profit sing. Everybody with the top tier trading team, do the trade around. Every single week we got a study hall crew, Q&A, cooking, breaking patterns for you. Screens up big, we be sharing that view, guiding through the trades
Top tier trading team, that's the name, that's the dream. Top tier trading team, lock in, watch the screen. Coffee on the desk, screens glow green. Candles on the chart, draw storyline. We don't chase hype, we define the plan. Rich, tight, mind right, steady hand. Menship and strategy sessions. Turn late night questions into lessons. From pre-market prep to the closing bell. We break it down slow so the play sells. Top tier trading team, yeah, we move and sing. Hey, from the first bell ring to the last tick bling. Weekly study halls, write it all in ink. We learn, then earn, then rinse that thing. Top tier trading team, turn the noise down low. Group Q&A when you need to know. When the doubt runs high and the funds run low. We trade this road and we don't let go. Whoa, hey, hey, hey. Watch list ready, mods on deck. Screen share live, eyes on every check. Guide through the trade in real-time flow. In here, out there, we say when to go. Phone buzz twice, that's a trade alert. You're walking your dog, checking your work. Real-time calls in the palm of your hand. So you're not alone when you take that stand. Top tier trading team, yeah, we move and sing. Oh yeah, from the first bell ring to the last tick bling. Weekly study halls, write it all in ink. We learn, then earn, then rinse that thing. Top tier trading team, turn the noise down low. Group Q&A when you need to know. When the doubt runs high and the funds run low. We trade this road and we don't let go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Private chat room, low-key hum, ticker scroll by, fingers drum. Wins get posted, losses too. We track the truth, that's how we grew. Option stocks, swings and scalps. One voice stuck, the whole crew helps. Every new high started down deep. In those late night plans we keep. Top tier trading team, yeah, we move and sing. Hey, from the first bell ring to the last tick ring. Weekly study halls, write it all in ink. We learn, then earn, then rinse that thing. Top tier trading team, that's the tribe, that's us. Mentors, mods, alerts you trust. From the first small win to the big green dream. You're top tier now, you're part of the team. Oh yeah, hey, yeah. Top tier trading,
All right, let's see where we at.
that's the dream.
All right, it's 10:41 Central, guys. So we should be fairly well into our quote unquote death hour. And we call it that because the volume in the market tends to kind of fall off a cliff at this point. You know, everybody who's actually in Wall Street kind of goes on lunch. The volatility of the morning starts to kind of shut down and settle down for the day, at least for the now. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't moves midday that occur. Um, I personally don't like to, if I'm looking for a long or a short, and certain levels are being tested, particularly highs or lows of the day, or heavy or support and resistance levels. Um, I don't like those happening this time of the day unless it's on the highest volume of the day, and that's very important. Um, if you get moves during this time of the day or in through the lunch hour and they happen to be on the highest volume of the day, well, then those can be a little bit more trustworthy. But otherwise, the tendency in my experience is that they tend to be failed, either breakouts or breakdowns, depending on which stock you're looking at and what's happening. But whatever level might be being tested will tend to continue to be either support or resistance, depending on the situation, because of the lack of volume necessary to get them through those levels. Uh, Only difference is, of course, high volume, highest volume of the day so far, then okay, then we can still consider those moves to be tradable and usable. Um, Otherwise, we can expect basically just a settling in here for a little bit until uh, things change. Like basically, likely we'll see consolidation in a lot of these stocks, possibly in the overall market. Let's check on that real quick. So we got up here to test that 669 area, and again, let's see how important this level really is. And we had anticipated earlier this morning we were going to try to fill this gap here from this morning and to get into yesterday's close, right? But then we're going to be watchful to see what we see into this area. Does it look like it's weak and we start getting some more bearish indication in which we could consider that this will be resistance, and then of course potentially go down to test VWAP and then potentially the low of the day, in which case a lot of our other scenarios would certainly possibly do the same. Um, but we'll see. We might end up getting this short entry here on Ford for the put, if that's the case on the SPY. Amazon, yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know if we're going to get up there to that area. We're already down here in our profit targets and our profit areas, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. There's a lot of weakness in the market overall, so if the market pops around, maybe that's something we can look for. Mara, of course, having trouble with that 840, which was the high of the day, because Bitcoin's having trouble here with that 69K. Okay. But we expected that. I mentioned earlier we might get down to the 68. Definitely have to retest VWAP. So maybe VWAP is up here by 68 when by the time price action gets down there. And then we'll see, does VWAP act as support? If the volume weighted average price does act as support, well, then we can look to retest up here, which would bring Mara back up to go test the high of the day and maybe get us into this 850, in which case we would see likely heavier resistance, unless, of course, Bitcoin decides to pop above and hold 70K. We see Bitcoin go up here, pull back, and then hold as support. Then I can see this trade setup would be invalid and broken down. We would no longer consider this to be the case. And then we would look for really the opposite. We would potentially at that point look for 850 to be support in our new stop, in which case, if again we find that to be the case, well, then we could take profit up here. We could take a call, taking profit at 875 and then 9. And that's it's a nice little move right there that you could take advantage of as a day trade as well. But of course, that is dependent on what Bitcoin does. So we're going to wait and see and find out when it's time and act accordingly. Ford's trying to get over that 12. See what happens here. Maybe we get into that zone here. We'll look to buy those puts right around that 12.15. I would consider it. So we're almost there. Almost there, guys. Look at that, Netflix. Right into that new buy zone. We didn't get a test of the stop, but we certainly got a test of the buy channel. So now, the only thing is there's not a lot of volume on this move up. I just was saying how I like the moves to be on higher volume or the highest volume of the day. We're not really getting that yet here. But as far as price action, This is perfect. Got right into the bottom end of that channel, 96.50, and then you see it's moving on up. And then you might be able to take your profits off right up here at 98. All right. In case you guys took that quick little Netflix scalper day trade there. All right, any questions about any of these trades, guys? Obviously, leave those in the chat or just DM me directly.
Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. We really live this. All gas. No brakes. No brakes. No brakes. Wake up, check charge. Coffee on the desk, phone charge. Group chat jumping off start. Everybody typed in, no logs. You still guessing? We do mentorship and started your sessions. Break down plans like confessions. Risk on lock, no stressing. Weekly group study halls. We locked in, screens glow. Whole squad locked win. QA sessions where the game get leaked. Turn a slow grind to a fast week. Top tier trading team, we on go. Catch plays, drip, drip, then they flow. Real time when I say, then you know. Get rich with the squad or you broke, pick a road. Top tier trading team, that's the way. Turn red days green, flip the page. From the open to the close, we pay. Top tier trading team. Trading mods on deck, they scout. Call out levels, no doubt. And screen share, guide you through trades in real time. You can see every entry like it's rewind. Phone buzz, real time trade alerts. You were stuck, now you first. That worked. Private trader group chat, room pop. One good play in your own life stop. You at work, we on chart. That split screen. You dream profits, we live dreams. Same ticker but a different team. Got a map to the money, you just need the scheme. Come on. Top tier trading team, we on go. Catch plays, drip, then they flow. Real time when I say, then you know. Get rich with the squad or you broke, pick a roll. Top tier trading team, that's the way. Turn red days green, rip the pay. From the open to the close, we pay. Top tier trading team. Who you dial when the chart look wild? Top tier. Who you trust when the candles vow? Top tier. Mentos, mods, whole crew versatile. Turn one small bag to a long profile. Let's go. Top tier trading team, we on go. Catch plays, drip, then they flow. Real time when I say, then you know. Get rich with the squad or you broke, pick a roll. Top tier trading team, that's the way. Turn red days green, rip the pay. From the open to the close, we pay. Top tier trading team. Top tier.
Wake up, charts on my phone. Candles dancing, futures glow. Got my crew, yeah, we never trade alone. Top tier trading team in the zone. Oh yeah. Mentorship on a Monday night. Stretch your sessions till the levels feel right. We can study halls, we tighten up the plan. So by the opening bell, we already understand. We the top tier trading team. Turn that watch list to a dream. From the pre-market plans to the profit in your hands. You ain't gotta guess a thing. We break it down behind the scenes. Ride the wave with the squad on your screen. Top tier trading team. Every small question answered time. Trading marks, watching every little move. Screen share live, let the entries groove. Hey, hey. Real-time buzz when the plays line up. Phone trade alerts when it's time to jump. Private group chat, we call it our floor. Every who's in gets a say no more. We the top tier trading team. Turn that watch list to a dream. From the primitive plans to the profit in your hands. You ain't got data, guess a thing. We break it down behind the scenes. By the way, with the squad on your screen. Top tier trading team. From red days, heartbreak to green runs, we make new rules. Use faith, we learn. Elevate. Side by side when the market swings, you can feel that confidence it brings. When the bell rings, you're ready to breathe. You got the fam that believes. The top tier trading team. Turn that watch list to a dream. All pre-market plans to the profit in your hands. You ain't got to guess a thing. Break it down behind the scenes. By the way, with the squad on your screen. Top tier trading team. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier trading team. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier. Top tier trading team.
Top tier. Top tier. Trading team. Coffee on the desk, screen glow on my face. Pre-market plans got the levels in place. Risk real small, but the upside crazy. We don't chase candles, we let them chase me. Charts like a map, see the traps where they hide. Patience in the pocket, let the rookies collide. You hear bye, bye, bye. We hear wait, then strike. We teach you how to last through the long, hard night. Top tier trading team, yeah, we planning neat. Turn fear into focus, losses into receipts. You want game? Pull up, take a seat, learn the scheme. We don't guess, we don't dream, we just work the routine. Top tier trading team, help you lock that green. From the open to the close, keep it sharp, keep it clean. You want wealth, not a wish, then you rock with the team. Top tier, that's a profitable thing. Hey. Options on deck, we define that risk. Spread so tight, every play got a twist. Data ticks slow while we stack that size. We teach why small loss better than pride. Break down the chart, every zone, every gap. Write down the rules, then we follow the map. Discipline the driver, greed in the back seat. We show you how to live through a bad top tier trading team, yeah, we plan the neat. Turn fear into focus, losses into receipts. You want game? Pull up, take a seat, learn the scheme. We don't guess, we don't dream, we just work the routine. Top tier trading team, help you lock that green. From the open to the close, keep it sharp, keep it clean. You want wealth, not a wish, then you rock with the team. Top tier, that's a profitable theme. Who you call when the chart look wild? Who you trust with the long-term file? Who you want when it's drawdown time? We refine, redefine, then we climb. Seen folk blow accounts, try and double in a day. We slow them right down, show a smarter way. Journal every trade, every thought, every flaw. Turn pain into proof, make respect for the law. Law of risk, law of patience, law of trend. You learn that, you don't beg, you just bend. From the first small win to the big time dream. You ain't alone, you align with the team. Top tier trading team, yeah, we plan to neat. Turn fear into focus, losses into receipts. You want game? Pull up, take a seat, learn the scheme. We don't guess, we don't dream, we just work the routine. Top tier trading team, help you lock that green. From the open to the close, keep it sharp, keep it clean. You want wealth, not a wish, then you rock with the team. Top tier, that's a profitable thing. Top tier. From the bell to the close, we the crew you call when you ready to grow. Yeah, we in the lab, late night, screens glow bright. Coach by your side, get your entries right. One-on-one talks, break it down, take notes, turn shaky hands into stone cold goats. Game plan tight, every candle, every level, turn fear of the red into dancing with the devil. We don't guess, we test and rewind that edge. When you roll with the team, you respect that pledge.
We the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Hey! Flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, be proud from the open to the close. Hey! We run that scene, if you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team. Hey! We the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Hey! Flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, be proud from the open to the close. Yeah! We run that scene, if you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team.
Study hall weekly, bring your cues, we answer. Breaking down risk like a market dancer. Group on the call, learning step by step. Turn a wild guest straight to a clean, tight rep. Screen share live, see the setup in motion. Phone buzz once, that's a trade lane open. Minds on watch, keep the room on track. Chat room lit, got your whole squad's back. Mid-toss talk, you listen, then you act. No hype, just skill, that's a fact. Back from the plans you write to the cash you stack. Walking solo, leave with the wolf pack.
We the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, be proud from the open to the close. Yeah, we run that scene, if you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team. Hey, we the top tier trading team, say the name out loud. Hey, flip charts, flip scripts, stand up, be proud from the open to the close. Yeah, we run that scene, if you wanna trade sharp, come and rock with the team.
Coffee on, charts up early, candles dancing, screens all glowing. You don't have to stare alone now. Top tier trading team, yeah, we show how. Hey, top tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. Manage shipping strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Weekly study halls, where we break it down in plain terms. Top tier trading team, helping you grow while the market turns. Quiet questions you've been saving. All that jargon got you wavering. QA sessions, lay it all bare. Ask it straight, we'll meet you there. Trading minds, keep the wrist tight. Screen share guiding through the live fight. Real-time calls while the ticks move fast. You ride the wave, we steer the craft. Tier trading team, we don't guess, we got a plan. Manage shipping strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. Weekly study halls, where we break it down in plain terms. Top tier trading team, helping you grow while the market turns. Real-time phone alerts, buzzing in your hand. Private trader chat room, you are not a one-person band. We learn the why, we share the how. You got the drive, we got you now. Oh yeah, top tier trading team. We don't guess, we got a plan. Manage shipping strategy, walk you through it hand in hand. QR calls, screen share when the bell starts to ring. Yeah, top tier trading team, level you up while the market swings.
coffee steam. You don't have to trade alone. We're building out your dream. Top tier trading team, pull up a chair, lean in. We walk you through the wild waves, let the real work begin. Come away with me to the watch list glow. We'll map your moves, learn the ebb and flow. Mentorship and strategy, side by side you'll see. Top tier trading team, where you're meant to be. Come away with me to your own mastery. Weekly study halls, pens tapped, we rewind. Every win and every drawdown sharpens heart and mind. QOA sessions, laugh soft, ask it all we say. From contracts to conviction, we untangle every day. Come away with me, let the noise fall back. We'll plan your place, keep you on your track. Group study and strategy, turn fear into clarity. Top tier trading team, writing your new story. Come away with me into your own mastery. Screen share, shine and see this candle, see this light. Real-time phone alerts ring like bells, right on time. Private chat room humming, you're never out of reach. Trading minds beside you till the lessons really sink deep. Come away with me through the open sky. We'll frame each risk, let your courage fly. Mentorship and strategy, heart-led accountability. Top tier trading team, where your future breathes. Come away with me into your own mastery.
Okay, guys, we got a little bit of news to cover here. Let me see. All right, well, it's 11:25 Central here, and we've got some reasonably good news that we're looking at here. Hold on one second, folks. I just want to check something real fast. Okay. So let's go to the overall market here. The SPY is testing that level. Okay, we're going up to test Friday's close, which is at 673. You can see we're at 671, which is um, pretty much that level we needed to hold to move up. Now, if we look at crude futures, they're dropping pretty heavily. Okay, now that's still up there. They're at 93.50, basically right around there. And mind you, this is just from a recent pop. It started a week ago down at 72. Okay, over the weekend here, we got to 115. Big move. So we're moving on down now. Guys, if we get to 90 and then break 90, that's great for stocks and equities. And we can potentially look for this to actually be in recovery. Okay. Not only would we test the low or yesterday, Friday's close, excuse me. Not only would that be the likelihood that we would see that scenario, but if we see a pullback into this zone and support, if crude futures continue to pull back, well, that's great news. The NASDAQ just went green for the first time today, and here we are getting green on the SPY. So, we're going to keep an eye on these levels and kind of watch again. It's a very inverse relationship when it comes to oil prices, crude futures, and the SPY, okay, or the S&P 500, whatever you're tracking, the overall market in general. And that's what we're seeing right now in real time, basically. In fact, give me one second, guys. I want to make sure. So yeah, it's down a three. That's for the day. Yeah, guys, big move on down here. I mean, it's still up 4% for the day, but it's quickly dropping down as far as crude futures. So, as long as futures continue to get bearish, now the catalyst, I kind of want to go over that. Apparently, there was a meeting where the big seven oil producers globally got together to consider reboosting the oil supply and getting things moving in a way to kind of relieve what's going on, obviously, out there in the Middle East right now. And if that's the case, well, first of all, that was what kind of gave us a little bit of a move back overnight. As we had mentioned prior to this morning, last night, it was down, the market was down 2.2%, over 2%. It's a big move. And it had regained half of that or more by the time the morning opened here. Now, the reason it didn't regain all of it, well, the reason it regained that was because of that meeting announcement. Now, they actually had the meeting. Now, in that meeting, they decided not to increase production. Okay. And that's why we haven't really popped up and gotten back on a bullish track fully yet. Now, just because they said that we're not going to do that now, or we're not going to do that at this moment, they also mentioned that they were going to stay on and at the ready in case of. So the possibility that they would do it is still very much in the air and being kind of absorbed by the market here. And this is why we're kind of seeing likely this move to go retest. I mean, we kind of anticipated the retest of Friday's close. That just needed to kind of happen. But we were anticipating resistance, right? Now we do have to consider the possibility of a sustained move up. Might not happen yet. We'll see what happens. But clearly, we're going to need to move back down to test levels. For sure, we're going to need to test this level. We may have to go all the way down to test the VWAP, which is down at what, 666, which would make sense. So I would very much anticipate, guys, a test of 666, a pullback right now, maybe a double top at this level right now at the 670, and then a pullback to 666, at least 668, and then maybe a continuation move on up from there if that bullish news continues to come out and be kind of digested by the market. Okay. So if that's the case, let's go ahead and look at Ford. Now, we were tearing into this position, was able to grab at the low of the day, and now that I look at it, wow, I just happened to be the low buy of the day on that long $12 call right here at the low of the day. And look, now we're getting a little bit of a move up. Now I still am going to consider a short here. I'm going to pay close attention to what the SPY is doing as it approaches that 671. If I see that weakness at 671 that we were originally anticipating, well, I'm going to anticipate the weakness as we get up into this area, right? So I will be taking profit off my call up in this area, but I will also be potentially looking to get into a put and take that down to the downside if we are to get that rejection in this level. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at with Ford. Let's see what else we got going on here. Wow, look at that Netflix bouncing right off of that zone. Guys, if you, I would be taking profit if you happen to get in right in the zone here. So we got it highlighted to green. Never got to test that 96 stop, but we got right into the bottom end of the channel for the buy zone. 96.50, we got to 96.70, and then right now I would have taken profit as we gotten up here. I wouldn't be surprised by a pullback to test this level in VWAP. You see that hold, then we have continuation to look forward to up here again, likely to be somewhat dependent on the overall market, so be careful. Now, Netflix has been bullish in general, so it is going to give some resistance to the down pressure that the market has, but still, be careful, have your expectations muted and be on your P's and Q's here. But if you got that, that's turning into a nice little day trade for you. Palantir just didn't give us our entry here today. Yeah, there we go. Mara's testing that 850, just like we expected. That must mean Bitcoin is testing that 70K. So let's check. Yeah, we're up there. Still in the zone there, guys. So we're gonna see what happens. See the overall market still trying to break up through there too. So, all right, we are watching. Okay, we're right up there, just about to test Friday's close here. Ugh. You guys didn't get a ton of sleep last night. All right, folks. Well, we will keep a watch on anything here. Anything noteworthy, I'll obviously come back and make note of it. All right, guys, want to come on here and go over a few things. It's 11:53 Central, and we've got a really nice kind of recovery move here in the markets. So let's go ahead and get to the overall market. Now we're coming up to test Friday's low around the 673 here. We are going to get a bit of resistance as we get up towards that area. I mean, we're pretty much there at Friday's close, but we are gonna, it seems like, enter this channel, which extends all the way up to about 676. As we had discussed prior last week, this was our short entry, as we could see, as we have it labeled up here, and clearly you could see why, because once we gave that up last week, this is what happened, right? So, you know, there's a possibility here. This is a nice little V-shaped recovery. VWAP is still moving on up. I mean, I do expect a pullback, just like I said earlier. We are going to test likely VWAP at minimum. VWAP potentially up to this 668. You know, we'll see. It's going to likely happen. So I don't know if we're going to get above and beyond here today. It is going to be dependent on, obviously, news. Now, the thing that's really driving this is the fact that crude futures and crude oil has just pulled back significantly here. Still green on the day for oil. It's at 94.37 right now. But basically 94. Now, mind you, it started the day like 108. Let me double check that. I'm sorry, 115. So to be down here at 94 and some changes, incredibly relieving to the downward pressure in terms of stocks and equities, because again, they have an inverse relationship with each other, right? And so as oil continues to go down, and look, I don't think that there's much more that we're going to go here. You know, it started not this week, but a week ago. It began last week down at the $72 area, 72.50, right around that. So to have gone up to 115 was really phenomenal. And so this pullback is right about at a level that I expect it to try to hold 90. It may be that it doesn't, you know, it may be we get into the 80s, but I don't think we get any lower than that. I don't think we just return to 70. There's still uncertainty. There's still, I mean, while there's a potential for relief in oil and everything that's happening, there's still the constant current threat, and there's only the potential relief. There's not the actual relief yet. So some of this pullback is reasonably understandable, but I don't, we might not even see below 90. It may be that it floors out at 90 here, in which case, in opposition or an inverse to that, would make it so that the SPY here would likely get to the 676, and this would be resistance. I don't even know if we'll get to the 676 here today. This is already an impressive move off the floor at 662. All right, already up almost $10 from that floor. All right, so to get up there, that means it would need another 50% more almost of what it's already done here today. So I don't know if we get that today. It may be we just hover and kind of consolidate around this area between Friday's close and this 669. We'll see. But that's what we're going to keep an eye on now for the overall market, which would then, of course, kind of give us an understanding about what our individual stocks may end up doing as well. We had decided we wanted to go short on Amazon, and obviously we had the right sentiment there, right? And then there was Ford that we were short on that's bouncing back along with the SPY. So that's kind of how we're going to gauge what we're going to do here. We got that long right at the bottom of the day, guys, and just happened to look at the options chart and realize we actually bought the low of the day here on the $12 call. So fortunately, it's going on in our favor. We're getting, and for those of you that were in the know in this trade, we're looking for both a dead cat bounce, which we're kind of getting, that we're looking to take profit on in the short term, but we do kind of fully anticipate a pullback, right? We have this area up here to collect potentially a put and ride that short back down, but I want to take advantage of that move on up here currently. Now, even if we didn't get up here and I didn't sell the long leap call that I bought down here at the low, that's okay because it's a leap. I'm going out 2 years. January of 28 is the expiration on that. So I got plenty of time to manage it. And if we, end up coming back down, I might add to that position. I may take profit when I see weakness, anticipating a move down, and then I can rebuy it again if I want. There's options. But my point is if I see that weakness up here, I will take advantage in both ways. I'll take profit on my call that I got down here, and I will look to enter a put upon confirmation of weakness, and then sell that put on the way down, and whatever levels it's appropriate to sell at. Maybe VWAP will be up here around 12. So if I get into that short at 12.34, well, then I'll take advantage on that, third of a delta or whatever that may be. If I ended up getting it at 12.50, well, then I'll take advantage and get that half delta just to kind of bring back even some more profits. I'll profit on the way up. If it continues, I'll continue to profit because I got the call. If it seems weak, I'll take profit and then flip sides, grab a put, ride that down until I see weakness on the downside move, and then sell that for profit, looking to potentially re-enter the call to the long again. See? So that's my plan here with Ford. And I'm going to watch the SPY closely to kind of gauge what that'll do. Now, because I don't anticipate, I don't really think we're going to get out to 676 here today. Who knows? I don't have a crystal ball. I can very much be wrong. And it would be impressive. I mean, this is already a nice move back. It would be an impressive move to get up to the top end of that channel. If we did get off here, guys, I really don't think we're getting any further than that. I think that would be heavy resistance here at 676. And, I just don't think that we would get over that. I think it's too heavy of a resistance level. So, but that is my personal opinion in that regard. Let's see where Netflix is. Netflix, nice. If you ended up getting on the bottom end of that channel here at 96.50, certainly would have taken profit up here, through that 98, guys. I mean, that's a nice little move you would have profited on, right? 96.70. I mean, you have a delta and a half. That's a nice little day trade right there. If you tiered in, you had an opportunity to take profit here, and then right here. If VWAP in this level holds, you could always rebuy the one you sold, or either the one you sold up here, or if you sold, if you only got one and you just took advantage of like this move through the break. Well, if this holds, you could potentially go back up. You have options, obviously. Nothing here is advice, guys. Just things to eye down and opportunities and options that are seen. If you're not confident, if you're not aware, if any of this doesn't make sense, don't do it. Better to just watch, observe, get an understanding, get a feel, take time to learn the stock, learn how things move, learn how options change, move in accordance to the way a stock or an equity or the underlying asset moves. Have an understanding of that relationship so that you're kind of the stock by the back of your hand, and it makes things a little bit easier in the long run. But this is a nice little move on Netflix, guys. If you took advantage, congratulations on that one too. Palantir is still not giving us our entry on the long here, so and we will continue to be patient on that one. Okay, Mara got above that 850. I suspect that Bitcoin is Oh, Bitcoin hasn't tested yet. It's interesting. Well, it's testing, but it hasn't gotten above it. So I'm a little bit surprised, a little bit to see us popping above 850 at the moment. But I'm not quite certain that level will sustain itself if um, what you call it, if Bitcoin doesn't get above this 6970K. I think this will be a fake out breakout, so to speak. I don't know why this is discolored like this. Let's change that to the right color. All right, so we're going to wait and see. As we see VWAP is coming up to that 830 level, again, giving us an opportunity to really test that level for support. And then we'll see if it ends up being support or resistance, in which case we could certainly take profits if it is appropriate for the short. Right down at these levels here. Now, this is what we like. This is a good opportunity to go over a little lesson. We talk all the time about getting our stops tested, right? And that's what's happening here. This isn't a break yet. There's no confirmation in either direction. It's a test. One candle isn't the whole test. Just like one candle doesn't make a trend, right? This is being tested right now. Once we have confirmation in either direction, of course, we can figure out what to do. Now, if we have confirmation of resistance, say this comes back down, it loses this gain, it doesn't hold this level, okay, it comes back down, goes to retest it, and fails to get back up and hold it again, clearly that would be bearish. And that's it. Then we could say it's been tested and confirmed as resistance. And then I guess the real thing that would seal the deal in the confirmation would not only be the price action. We'd like to see a bearish engulfing candle. And then always, always, always important is the volume. We want that move or that break either down or the retest fail to be on high volume. All right. We get a high volume candle on the break below or the resistance test at that level that we want to be resistance, then we've got basically our confirmation that we could take our short at our stop. That's the best risk reward we find on our trades, right? Because now if we buy and tier in at our stop upon confirmation, in this case of resistance, well, we don't have to wait till all the way down here to take profit. We could start taking profit at what would have been still our entry levels for the short, where we could kind of presume that others might also be potentially still buying into the short because there's possible continual downside to these levels, right? Which we were anticipating anyway to potentially get to. So this is another way you can increase your risk reward. All right. This is why I love our stops being tested. When we get confirmation of our stops, whether that's support or resistance, in this case, we want resistance, then we have the opportunity to no less than maybe 20% or around 20% increase our profit margins from what we're already planning to make. So it's just something that I kind of love to do and why I like testing stops and everything else before, and getting that confirmation beforehand. So, and then it works in the opposite to save you as well. If the confirmation is that this becomes support, well, now you saved yourself, right? It's easy to be like, oh, okay, well, this thing looks like it's going to break through, and then it comes down back in here, and you think, okay, that's failed. Well, when it goes up to test, it might break back up above it, right? In which case, now you're on the wrong end of that trade, and then you go up here. Wait for the confirmation, and you just wait for it. Just that's all I could say. Just wait. Yeah, the more you wait, the patience is going to pay off. More than it won't, it usually pays off. There'll be times you'll miss a trade because of that, and that's okay, because you'll make it elsewise, and then not to mention those other ones will be nicer winners for you because, again, we're increasing the risk reward ratio, making it better in our favor. So, still watching. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing. Bitcoin, yep, it's going to try to get up there. We'll see what it does. See how board's doing. Let's see what the spot is doing. Oh, I'm going to move that over here. Yep, pulling back just like we expected. We'll see if we get into that buy zone for the short and the sell of the put. I'm sorry, opposite of that. The buy of the put and the sell of the long that we got down here. All right. Nice morning, though. Well, technically, we are in the afternoon. It was a nice morning. It's 12:10. All right, guys. Any questions about what we're doing here? Obviously, reach out, and I'll get to them as soon as possible. All right, guys. It is 12:50 Central. Just getting kind of out of lunch here, and I wanted to do a quick update and look at our market and our trades here. So we got obviously up into that area where we were looking for the potential reversal, and that's exactly what we got here. Zoom that out a little bit. Whoops, that is the wrong one. 1 second. There we go. All right. So we got right up there to basically Friday's close and essentially filled that gap that we created here at the beginning of the day. And then, like I said, we're pulling back to go test the VWAP. There we are, testing VWAP. About 668 is what we had mentioned, and here we are, 668, doing that very thing. So there might be a little bit of a bounce from here. We're going to test this. We might get a little bit below VWAP to have the trade line actually touch the volume weighted average price, but probably not much more than that if we are going to have this move to the upside here to retest the high of day. So far, pretty much going right according to plan here, guys. So here we are on the SPY. We still didn't get to that short, but we're darn close. But you could see how basically that forward is very much essentially mirroring the price action of the SPY, right? I mean, this is the SPY. Gap down, set a floor, moving on up, testing, holding VWAP. This is forward. Gap down, held the floor, moving on up, testing VWAP. So it's like, it's just right behind it. That's why we watch the SPY when we're trading something like Ford. So if we do get this bounce here off of the volume weighted average price, then we can look for that bounce here on Ford. And maybe that finally takes us into this area here that we're looking to potentially short. Again, upon confirmation of weakness here. We're not just going to buy if it looks strong, and just because we're entering these levels, we want to have that confirmation of price action weakness and understanding that this is in fact resistance that we can then take a short and then move on down from there. All right, but awesome job here on Ford. We did grab the bottom here on this call, and if this does continue up there, we'll be taking profits on that up in that area as well. All right, Netflix, look at that. Sheesh. Trying to get up there. It's gonna, it's mimicking the SPY a little bit too. Gap down, held the floor, moving on up, testing VWAP. So we'll see if the SPY moves up to test a high day and Friday's close, and we can expect an attempt here to try to regain the high of day or retest the high of day, and we'll see what happens there. This is a nice little candle, possibly giving you that reversal to the upside to start going to retest that. All right, Palantir just so close to our buy, guys. I mean, look at that. We've just been waiting all day, and we're going to continue to be patient and wait. These are our levels. We're not going to jump in. We don't FOMO. We're already in Ford. We don't need to be in everything all the time, right? One good trade could make your day. One good trade could make your week. One good trade could make your month if you position and size yourself correctly. We're gonna watch multiple setups. We're not gonna get in all of them, guys. Some days we're lucky we get all of them to work. Friday was one of those days. We had 2 longs, 2 shorts. All of them worked on Friday. It was a great day. Had you done any one of them correctly, you made good money. Had you done all 4 of them, you made really good money. So, but some days we're only going to get into 2 out of 4 of those trades, or maybe even just 1, maybe 3. Who knows? I mean, we're going to let what happens determine what we do, right? but it's good to have choices out there. So if one doesn't, you have potentially another, but we don't want to overdo it either. You don't want to get paralysis by analysis, and you don't want to get so much information that you can't make the decision either, nor do you want to spread yourself too thin with your capital, both money capital and your mental capital. So very important in both ends. Um, but yeah, we'll just see we'll continue to watch things here, guys, and post you on what is happening.
Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like twos in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose, let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah, phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't mad, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard, we map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes. From study hall nights to the daylight green. From the first small win to your first big streak. We right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team. Say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice, yeah. Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks, tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose, let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah. Phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't mad, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard, we map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes. From study hall nights to the daylight green. From the first small win to your first big streak. We right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team. Say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice, yeah. Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks, tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah. Phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't mad, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard, we map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes, from study hall nights to the daylight green, from the first small win to your first big streak, we right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team, say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice, yeah. Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list to the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, light the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah. Phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't mad, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard, we map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes, from study hall nights to the daylight green, from the first small win to your first big streak, we right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team, say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open to the close, we gon' move precise. Top tier trading team, we don't gamble, we slice, yeah. Yeah. Top tier trading team. Yeah. We clocking pre-market. From the watch list To the closing bell. Let's go. We were students of the chart, now we teach from the heart. Turn confusion to a craft, like the dark on your graph. Mentorship, strategy, Zoom room, faculty, clean risk, clear plan, trade stacks tactically, weekly, study halls, numbers on the wall, mark zones, mark time, mark where you might fall. Q&A sessions, every scar is a lesson. We protect capital, that's our first confession. Trading Mars lined up like tools in a kit. You bring fear, we bring framework, help you commit. Screen share running, candle by candle, walk you through the play till you ready to handle. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, we trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose, let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. Yeah, phone buzz once, that's a real-time alert. We don't text hype, only plans that work. Right price, right zone, right risk on the phone. If the math ain't mad, then we leave it alone. Private chat room lit, but the talk stay clean. No lotto dreams, just a disciplined team. From the small account flip to the funds you guard, we map roadways out of every backyard. Group call Sunday, set the whole week's tone. What we like, what we skip, where we tighten the zone. You came in solo, eyes wide, full doubt. Now you call plays, calm voice, lights out. Top tier trading team, watch us level the line. Turn panic into patience, every entry refined. From the bell to the bell, we align and climb. Top tier trading team, yeah, trading our prime. Top tier trading team, this a blueprint. Trust turn FOMO into focus. Greed in the dust, we don't chase, we choose. Let the setup speak. Top tier trading team, build a trader each week. From mentorship touches to live screen scenes. From study hall nights to the daylight green. From the first small win to your first big streak. We right there, same call, same chart, same week, yeah. Top tier trading team. Say the name, that's facts. If you bring the work in, we bring you the tracks. From the open.
Early in the morning, charts glow, coffee steam. You don't have to trade alone. We're building out your dream. Top tier trading team. Pull up a chair, lean in. We walk you through the wild waves. Let the real work begin. Come away with me to the watchlist glow. We'll map your moves, learn the ebb and flow. Mentorship and strategy, side by side. You'll see top tier trading team, where you're meant to be. Come away with me into your own mastery. Weekly study halls, pens tapped. We rewind every win and every drawdown. Sharpens heart and mind. Q&A sessions, laugh soft, ask it all we say. From contracts to conviction, we untangle every day. Come away with me, let the noise fall back. We'll plan your plays, keep you on your track. Group study and strategy, turn fear into clarity. Top tier trading team, writing your new story. Come away with me into your own mastery. Screen share, shine and see this candle, see this line. Real-time phone alerts ring like bells, right on time. Private chat room humming, you're never out of reach. Trading odds beside you till the lessons really sink deep. Come away with me through the open sky. We'll frame each risk, let your courage fly. Mentorship and strategy,
met you out there, lost in the noise of the timeline. Every red candle felt like it cut you deep inside. You had the heart, but you ain't have the roadmap yet. Just praying for a winner, staring at another red. Then you found a family, not just a feed on a screen. Pulled up a chair to the table, you turned that hope to a plan and a dream. Yeah, top tier trading team, we gon' walk you through the trade, not just the dream. One-on-one strategy, side by side, personal minute shit. We ride, weekly study halls, Q&A. We break it all down in a simple way. Every candle, every line on the screen. You ain't alone, you got the team, top tier trading team. Late night glow, charts up, heart full of questions, you log in slow. We live, answering every tension. They share their screens, guiding every entry and exit. You feel at peace, 'cause now you see the whole checklist. Phone lights up in your hand, real-time guidance when it's time to stand. Chat room talking like kin, private room, but the door's wide open. Come in, come in. Top tier trading team, we gon' walk you through the trade, not just the dream. One-on-one strategy, side by side, personal minute shit. We ride, weekly study halls, Q&A. We break it all down in a simple way. Every candle, every line on the screen. You ain't alone, you got the team, top tier trends. From the fear of the open to the calm when you close. We're there in the drawdown, in the days when it flows. Step by steady step, we build you up strong. You ain't chasing quick cash, you learning to last long. Yeah, drop tier trading dreams, drop tier, walk you through the trade, not just the dream, not just the dream. One strategy, side by side, personal shit. Yeah. Weekly study halls, Q&A. Break it all down in a simple way. Screen share guidance, hand in hand, real-time messages when it's time to stand. In that private group, we move as one dream. You ain't alone, you got the team, top tier trading team.
Well, I used to chase some candles like a dog chasing every car, clicking every shiny ticker, but my account never got too far. Then I met some heavy hitters, taught me how to make a plan. They said, pull up a chair, son, we gon' turn you to a brand new man. Yeah! I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down charge. Ask your fear, ask your question. They fix that doubt before it starts. I'm with that top talent trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. Break it down slow, make the whole thing green. Yeah. And I roll with the top trail trading team. Hey, they got that trading mark screen soaring, guide you right through the trade, step by step. Real-time alerts when the moves start flaring. You ain't stuck in the shade. Private chat room buzzing, whole crew watching the same way. Ain't no lone wolf gambling. We trade small, we trade brave. Oh yeah. I'm with that top-tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean. Yeah. I roll with the top-tier trading team. Top-tier trading team. Top-tier trading team. They took a broke down trader, turned up to a profit machine. When it's read out, charts all bleeding, we still eating. Every time that bell ring, I remember where I came from. Staring at the candles, pockets hurting, trying to tame them. Then the fan pulled up, said breathe, watch the tape run. Showed me one good setup worth more than a day some. Minutes ship in the dark, they was shining on the game. Strategy sessions got my mind thinking new lanes. Weekly hauls, study calls, we was locked in. Broke the formal habit, now I move with a calm grin.
Yeah, top tier trading team. When the rain come down, they the ones that keep me steady. When the trend swings round, when my screen turn red, they remind me it's the long run. Top tier trading team, turn the pain into income. Top tier trading team. When I doubt myself, they the voice in my ears, they respect that well. When my hands start to shake, they just talk me through. Top tier trading team, yeah, they brought me through.
Late nights, group Q&A, we just go deep. Breaking down the winners and the wounds that don't let us sleep. Trading mods locked in, rules on the wall. Size right, stop tight, answer every call. Screen share rolling, they got in every move I make. Real-time steps, show me where the pressure might break. Phone buzz twice, that's the real-time alert tone. Check that level now, I'm never out here alone. Never. Private chat lit, but it's focused, not hype. Drop a bad habit, they correct it on site. From the small accounts up to six-figure screens, we all bleed the same, we just trade as a team.
Top tier trading team. When the rain come down, they the ones that keep me steady. When the trend swings round, when my screen turn red, they
All right, guys, it is 1:24 Central Time, and kind of go over what we are seeing here. 1 second. All right, so Mara did drop back below under that 850. Okay, obviously a sign of weakness. Now we got to refer to Bitcoin and see what it's doing. We're back testing VWAP right now, just like we had anticipated earlier, right? Now, if it does not hold VWAP, okay, if we do not get a bounce off of the VWAP, and we do not hold at least this level here at 67.68K, then we can anticipate continual downside on Mara. We can anticipate this 850 to continue to be resistance, in which case we'll take that short and we could just take profits all the way down on these levels here. Okay. So that's what we're keeping an eye on for Mara. Palantir just hasn't given us our entry for our long yet. We'll keep an eye out for that. Netflix pulling back into this buy zone. Hopefully, if you did get in here at the bottom of that buy channel, guys, you took profit at the top and then up here as well. Great job if you did. All right, the market trying to bounce. It did bounce off of VWAP. It's trying to get back up into that 69.70 or 60. Geez, I'm thinking Bitcoin 670 to 671 up to that 673 Friday close. So we'll see if it does regain that and move on up. If it does, things are going to be very interesting, guys. Though thus far, I don't see a reduction in oil prices enough to warrant that move on the SPY. So as of now, I'm thinking we're going to continue to see that top, that high of the day / Friday's close to be resistance. All right, so keep an eye on that. In which case, we might find Ford up here in testing VWAP now, but maybe we find ourselves into this 215 and higher, where we could consider that short, right? And maybe be taking profit off of the long that we got down here at the bottom of the day. All right, so that's what we're looking at for Ford. Amazon down there in the price again. If you got in right off the bat here and you were aggressive and got in before the confirmation of that level, congratulations. It's thus far worked for you. Not quite down there to test the low day. Now, if the SPY moves up, then you can anticipate that here as well on Amazon. So, guys, if you did take this short and we see that on the SPY and we see Amazon get over this area, I would get out. Personally speaking, I would not hold my short any longer than that. So just something to consider. Never financial advice, just what I would do in a situation. But that's it. I'm keeping an eye out on things. Any questions you have about these trades, any other trades, guys, please leave those in the chat. Or for those of you who have it, message me directly. All right.
Mentorship strategy, they gave me my sight back. Study halls, Q&A, took the fear right back. Real-time guidance when I'm walking that line. Phone alerts, chat room, got my back every time.
Peer trading team when the rain come down. They the ones that keep me steady when the train swings round. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Hey. We chart the storm. We guard the dream. Morning bell ring. We already planned the day. One strategy session show you every hidden way. Mentation steady like elder in the shade. Teach you risk, teach you peace. How the patient trader stay. Top tier trading team. We rise. We rise from red to green. Be wise. We rise. You never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Live group study hard, questions in the air, candles on the chart close, we break them down with care. Trading mud guiding, sharing every move in sight, walk you through the entry
start buzz, real-time signal call, alert in your hand, so you never feel small. Private chat room circle, voices calm and clear, family of traders saying breathe. We right here, top tier trading team. We rise from red to green. We wise. You never walk this market alone. Top tier trading team is your trading home. Top tier trading team. Walk slow, think clean. Top tier trading team. Hey, turn the chart into a dream.
Coffee cold on the desk, candles climb, then they fall. We've been up since the open, chasing freedom, not a roll call. Charts carved in my notebook, plans drawn line by line. Learn to tame that panic, turn that pressure into a sign. I was staring at the screen like it owned me, red nose cutting straight to the bone. Then I found my crew in the glow. Yeah, now I never trade alone. Top tier trading team. We ride that price like a thunder train, from a whisper wake to a breakout screen. Top tier trading team. Hey, dialed in deep with a battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Prince 1-1 tatters recessions, whisper game, eye to eye. Personal mentorship in the trenches, teach you when to step, when to stand by. And weekly group study hall blazing, QA sessions run long. We break down every lesson till your weakest play feels strong. Top tier trading team. We ride that price like a thunder dream, from a whisper wick to a breakout scream. Top tier trading team. Dialed in deep with a battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Rich trading mob, live screens herring, gotten through the rush in real time. Walking real time trade alerts ringing like a war drum marking the climb. Got a private trader, chat room humming, voices in the dark of the night. You come scared of every candle, leave here ready for the fight.
trading team. We ride that price like a thunder dream. From a whisper wink to a breakout scream. Top tier trading team. Hey, dial in deep where the battle scheme. Yeah, we live that trader theme. Top tier trading team. From that first small win to the big time green. Top 10 trading team. Stacking skill on scale. Living off the trader dream. Top tier trading team. Roll it in. Roll it in. Top tier trading team. Coffee cold, futures glow, screens up before the sun. Charts dance, numbers flow, we're already on the run. Mini ship on the morning call, old vets, brand new blood. Stirs these sessions down the hall, turning down into a flood. We're the top tier trading team, ride the wave, don't chase the dream. Weekly groups, study halls, we answer when the market calls. Q&A sessions, talk it through. Make a plan, then see it through. Top tier trading team, where we trade this life we choose. Trading mods on the dashboard, keeping wrists tight. Screen share, hands on the wheel, guiding candles through the night. Real-time phone trade alerts, buzzing like a solo line. Private trader group chat, ideals sparking all the time. We are the top tier trading team, ride the wave, don't chase the dream. Weekly groups, study halls, we answer when the market calls. Q&A sessions, talk it through. Make a plan and see it through. Top tier trading team, yeah, we trade this life we choose. Circle of screens, circle of friends. Every red bar turns around again. Chart marks, heartbeats, counting the ticks. Patience and practice, that's the trick. Access to the chat room, lights stay on. When the market closes, the chart plays on.
Same chart, but we level up. Got a crew on a higher plane, reading every candle, every wave by name. Side by side on the screen we learn, turning every lesson into calm return. Top tier trading team, we move with a purpose, we trade with a dream. Every step is a plan, not a guess or a scheme. Side by side in the trend and the swing. Top tier trading team, we sharpen the edge and we dial in the theme. When the market gets loud, we stay cool and serene. You're rolling with the top tier trading team. Oh yeah. One-on-one when you lose your way. Strategy talks that reset your day. Personalize on your biggest doubt. Walk you through the wire when the chart breaks out. Weeknight lights and the notes we share. Group study halls, every question's there. Top tier trading team, we move with a purpose, we trade with a dream. Every step is a plan, not a guess or a scheme. Side by side in the trend and the swing. Top tier trading team, we sharpen the edge and we dial in the theme. When the market gets loud, we stay cool and serene. You're rolling with the top tier trading team. Oh yeah. Shaded screen, steady hand, guiding you through every line you planned. Alerts hit quick when the setups call. You're never feeling small. You're never trading blind at all. Private room where the real talk flows. Chat full of charts and the wins and woes. Hey, top tier trading team, we move with a purpose, we trade with a dream. Every step is a plan, not a guess or a scheme. Side by side in the trend and the swing. Top tier trading team, we sharpen the edge and we dial in the theme. From the first small lot to the big time clean. You're rolling with the top tier trading team. Oh yeah. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team.
Well, they're tapping on the keys, charts all over the screen. Said they're dancing with the candles, baby. You ain't seen what I mean. They're the top tier trading team, working pre-market low. Got that one-on-man shake, show you how the entries flow. Story tree sessions cooking while the coffee still steams. used to chase some candles like a dog chasing every car, clicking every shiny ticker, but my account never got too far. Then I met some heavy hitters, taught me how to make a plan. They said, pull up a chair, son, we gonna turn you to a brand new man, yeah. I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean, yeah. I roll with the top tier trading team. Hey! Got them one-on-one straight sessions, lay it out line by line. Personal mentorship, brother, tune that temper, sharpen that mind. Weekly group study halls, cue with thought and charts. Ask your fear, ask your question, they fix that doubt before it starts. I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean, yeah. I roll with the top tier trading team. Hey! They got that trading screen siren, guide you right through the trade. Step by step, real-time alerts when the moves start flaring. You ain't stuck in the shade. Private chat room buzzing, whole crew watching the same way. Ain't no lone wolf gambling. We trade smart, we trade brave. Oh yeah. Hey, I'm with that top tier trading team. Got my mind on the money, money on the screen. They break it down slow, make the whole thing clean, yeah. I roll with the top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. They took a turn them to a profit machine.
All right, guys, it is 2 o'clock Central. We have 1 hour left in the market here today. So I just want to go over what is happening. And again, make sure you are in whatever you want to be in and out of whatever you want to be out of. We have 1 hour to do so here today. So let's look at the overall market first and foremost. Not a bad job recovering this area here today. I mean, to be up here at 670, 671 is impressive. Okay. We're going to keep an eye on the gas prices. Crude oil has come down to 94 was the last I checked here. So we'll see if we kind of bottom out at that 90. If so, that might give us a couple dollars to get us up into this zone here in the market from there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Amazon, look at that, right down into these profit targets. Again, if you were aggressive with the entry here this morning, got in right away, you got paid off right away. I mean, the low of the day was well below our second profit target, right? So as you got in here, I certainly would have taken that profit as soon as you seen a retest of this low right here at 208. All right, the moment it would have dropped there, I would have taken that profit, and I hope you guys did as well. All right, because you could see the retracement that we've had here has brought us all the way back up to that 210.62, and now we're kind of just hanging out there right in the middle at 209.40. All right, so we'll see. We're probably going to end the day right around that VWAP, I would suspect. Ford, we got a nice little bump. We never got into that short zone quite yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait and see if we get a higher low of the day. All right, if we do, that would technically be a higher low, then that would give us a continuation to the upside from there. And of course, that will largely also depend on what the market does. Whoops, not sure why that happened there, guys. Um, so if the market stays up there, we have a much better chance of recovering off of this VWAP. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we went all the way down here to like 1187, 1190 before we found this little bit of support here. All right. And it may even be that we go to test that low of the day. Okay. So that's what we're looking at there. Let's see where else we are on Netflix. Okay, Netflix, doing a decent job trying to get above and to get that continuation move. Again, largely going to depend on the market. But if you did get in at that floor in here at 96.64, not a bad idea to take profit up here. I mean, you got more than a delta to get up here. You got a delta and a half almost. That's a nice move there, guys, for a day trade. So congrats if you took advantage. Right here, you're kind of in the middle. I almost wouldn't really consider anything at this point, because if you get caught here and on the wrong side, I mean, if you think it's going to be a downside move and you get caught in a move to the upside, well, look, you got all this that you're going to lose, and your contract's going to be not very well off. And then the opposite, if you think we're going to go up and you get a call, well, there's not much risk reward here. This is a 50-50. You might as well flip a coin. You might as well flip a coin at this point, because all you're doing is gambling at this level. So I would not touch anything here. I mean, if you were in it, great. I hope you took advantage of this move. Had a nice range there, and I hope you took that trade and were able to capitalize. Here, wouldn't touch anything. We'll see what happens if and when we reach the low of the day or the high of the day. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that for Netflix. Palantir just never gave us our entry for the long. You can see where that is. Never got into our buy channel, let alone to test our stop, which we like to do. So maybe that'll set up for us tomorrow. All right, we'll be patient on that. Mara just bouncing off of VWAP. Again, at 850 was resistance, just like we anticipated, so long as Bitcoin had resistance at that 69 to 70, which is exactly what happened. Now, depending on what happens with Bitcoin, will determine, of course, Mara. If Bitcoin moves back up to retest and regain the high of the day and try to get up in there, well, then we can expect that out of Mara to try that 850 again. But if we see a failed attempt to grab that here on Bitcoin, can certainly anticipate getting a short here. But look, guys, I mean, not a bad move, even if you took this. And this is exactly what we said, right? When we were up here and this was happening, I said, look for a breakdown and an attempt to retake it, right? And then that failed attempt to retake the level would be a sign that we could go short, right? Well, look, it took us right down to VWAP. That's a 20-cent move. And if you got the right contract, I mean, that's a nice little scalp if you took that. Scalp day trade. I mean, scalp is just a quick day trade. But yeah, I mean, that was not a bad little move there if you took it. Not a huge move, but singles, doubles, getting on base will get you some money for sure. But then you could also see a continuation, especially here. If you see this 840 continue to act as resistance, I mean, look, this is exactly where we were planning. Tearing in right here so that you could take profits right here. And then we'll see, does this remain resistant? And then in which case you can look for a retest of the low here, or the VWAP. And then if you break through, you could be on your way to that 814. I would be taking profit at 8.25. Yeah, I'm not sure why that 814 is there. If I got it getting it at 850, I'd be taking profit here at, or actually like 8.25. Yeah, we're right here at VWAP. I always take a piece off at VWAP, and then wherever we have them labeled out from there. But I would also do it at 25, 8.25 for sure. All right, so that's Mara, and that's it, guys. We got about, let's see, a little over 50 minutes left, about 52 minutes left in the market. So keep your eyes peeled and just make sure you're in what you want to be in and out of what you want to be out of for the day.
Top tier trade team, yeah we riding. Charts on lean, but the game stay clean. From the open bell to that after hour scene. Let's go. Early in the morning, coffee on my desk. Candles on the screen, looking blessed, no stress. Minute 6 sessions got me dialed in tight. Coach breaking down the play like a goal line fight. Strategy talk, line up every level. Wrist locked down, we ain't dancing with the devil. Turn the red day small, keep the green stack tall. We study every move, every rise, every fall. Top 10 trading team, yeah we ride clean. Turn a little into more, flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, ride clean. Top 10 trading team, yeah we ride clean. Game plan tight, whole squad on beam. From the bell to the close, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, ride clean. Weekly group study, whole crew tapped in. Charts on the wall, we just talk through trends. Q&A popping, every question get fed. Turn, I don't know to watch this bread. Trading mods, watching, keep my head in the lane. Calling out zones, keep me out of the pain. Screen share live, see the move in the wild. Click, feel locked, little smirk, slight smile. Top 10 trading team, yeah we riding clean. Turn a little into more, flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean. Top 10 trading team, yeah we riding clean. Game plan tight, whole squad on beam. From the bell to the downs, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean. Phone buzz once, that's a real time ring. Trade alert hit, let the whole line sing. In the group chat, everybody locked in. One call, whole squad, squad start to win. Private room talk, that's a family vibe. Wins and the lessons, we share that live. You can ride solo, but it's rough like that. Or roll top tier, put your name on the map. Top tier trading team, yeah we riding clean. Turn a little into more, flip a loss to a dream. Weekly grind, we don't sleep on the scene. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean. Top tier trading team, yeah we riding clean. Game plan tight, whole squad on beam. From the bell to the close, you can roll with the team. We just stack, stack, stack. Top tier, riding clean. Top tier.
we chart the storm. We got the dream. Morning bell ring.
All right, guys. Sorry, I know I was just on the mic here a second ago, but I kind of, as soon as I went and checked back, I saw what was happening here in the SPY, and simply can't ignore it or not comment. Look at this move that we got here. I'm gonna go check the news. I don't know if we got any news, but we got a huge bounce here off of 671, obviously all the way up to the 676. Very impressive, very unexpected, to be honest. I did expect a test of the high of the day, didn't expect this necessarily as a response. Now that should, in theory, yeah, I was going to say, drive our forward trade. Now, guys, if this continues, it may be that this is no longer valid as a short entry, and we're just going to capitalize further on the call that we got down here at the bottom at the beginning of the morning. And, if we continue to get this, I'm just going to let it stair step its way up and take profits along the way. But if it seems like we get up here and we do get resistance, because the SPY is already, I'm surprised to see us here right now and this quickly. I did eventually think we would stair step up there maybe tomorrow. I figured we'd come down here and just kind of hold this level and then tomorrow attempt. So the fact that we did this here leads me to believe that there was some type of news. So I'm going to see what that is, and I'm going to try to find out and get back to you about that. Let's see here. Let me give a check real quick. Okay. I think I'm getting a little bit of news on the wire here, guys. Give me just a minute. All right. So what I'm seeing here, guys, is twofold. First of all, oil just dropped 5 points from 95 to 90, now 89, so it's sub 90 now. And I remember I said earlier I thought 90 would kind of be where we floored. The reason that is because I guess the president came out with some news saying that we are ahead of schedule. And apparently there was a 4 or 5, maybe 6 week schedule in terms of these operations in the Mideast. Apparently there's a statement that came out that says they're ahead of schedule. That's huge. Obviously, that's dropping oil and crude oil futures, which is giving this move up here on equities. So let's see how much this news holds. We don't know if it's something that's permanent or not, is if the president's just kind of talking in sentiment, but not in actuality yet. But that's why we're getting this move up right now in the SPY to 676, 677 now. And why we're getting just a bullish tone kind of everywhere. Look at Amazon popping now. All right, hold on. Amazon, Ford is moving a little to the high of the day. Wow, that's a very bullish candle here on Bitcoin, volume wise as well. And this is the 15-minute scale. So now this is an issue, guys. This is a comment. It doesn't mean that it's actuality yet. Doesn't mean it's not true or that it's not on the way to being confirmed. But when you're in a news driven or headline driven market, which we are in, you can get whipsawed really quickly. Sometimes news comes out and you get these movements like this, but then they're exaggerated or they're not accurate or they have to retrace. Holy cow, it's going up there 677 now. Now we're into last week's low of the week here at 677. We get up above that. That's really, really bullish. Now it's 87 on crude futures, 86, just touched 86. So really what everything comes down to, guys, is how long is this going to take for the conflict to be over, for the uh, Strait of Hormuz to be open, oil to be able to travel and flow throughout the country or the waterways, and everything else. That's really what it's about. It's about time here. How long is it going to be? And if the market is getting news that it's not going to be nearly as long as it possibly had been anticipated, this is the sentiment that we're going to have. But really, we're just going to keep our ears open. Again, we mentioned this Sunday in our study hall. We mentioned it this morning, right? Keep your ears open for news related to all of this. Now you see why in real time. This is a big level that it's testing, guys. Big level. If it holds this and gets above it and it really shows us strength here, we're going to be back to a bullish market for a little while, at least in the short term. I mean, that doesn't mean we won't get pullbacks, regardless. But for the time being, at least we can look for bullishness. So keep an eye on this level here at 676, guys. Whew. All right. Amazon popped really nicely there. Ford is popping as well. Ford would be making even bigger of a move if it weren't for the news on that 1.7 million car recall. If that wasn't happening, this would be exaggerated. Netflix looks like it wants to go retest the high of the day, but guys, watch out. I don't like this candle here. If you're in this, expecting continuation of the long, couple reasons. Not only is the SPY already up at a major level of resistance here now, it's at 676. I think that we're also going to get resistance here at the higher of the day, and then unless we get the SPY to move up above that 676 with real gusto, we might stall out here on Netflix. Palantir never gave us our entry, just missed it, and now it's popping. It happens, guys. We're in the Ford, and we're good on that. And again, one trade can make your day. You know what I mean? Wow, SPY really is moving lower on volume on this move up. So again, careful and watchful. Thanks. All right, guys, we are above that last week's low of 677.56, just barely. So nothing to write home about, but we are technically over it. All right, we're getting our small pullback. We're going to test that 676 to see if it ends up holding eventually here. Be mindful and watchful for that. Wow. Bitcoin, I'm going to suspect, is making a move. If we got to move this large. Ew, wow. People really like that bullish engulfing candle right there on this volume. Now, what is not great is this volume. Now, technically, it is smaller, and it is significantly smaller. It's about 50% of that candle move up. So it's okay, but still a little bit bigger than you'd like on the pullback. So let's go ahead. But we're on the 15-minute. Let's go ahead and switch to actually, let's get the micro look on there on the 1 minute. Okay, so not so bad. Not so bad. This was the volume that we got on the move up to break this level. So yeah, now that we're lowering volume on the pullback, that's good. That's good. Let's see what holds here. Really exaggerated move on Morrow, though. I suspect that's coupled with the news from Paramount. But this is what we mentioned before at the pre-market, right? As well as their study hall on Sunday. If we regain strength in Bitcoin, that the short we were looking to get into with Mara, it would be no longer valid, right? Right, just like we talked about. So this is not a surprise to us. It's just not what we were planning for. Wow, guys. Oil is down 8%. It's 83.35 on oil futures. That's insane. I mean, I don't I've not been around forever. Okay. I've been trading over half a decade, but I've never seen a move like this in oil before. This is really crazy. I mean, even when you remember back in the early COVID days, way back in the AMC GME craze, there was a ship that got caught in like the Panama Canal or something, or no, the Suez Canal, excuse me. There was a big monster ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal, and it blocked up all this traffic and all this stuff. So worldwide supply things got messed up. It was shenanigans, right? Oil didn't react like this. This to have jumped up from 115 now at 80, guys. It just touched 80. Holy mackerel. Incredible. Incredible. So if this keeps coming down, I mean, we're going to get back down to the lows that we were a week ago. Okay. I don't know if we are. I shouldn't say that. We're $10 from that, which is in the upper 70s, like 71, $72. Um, to be down at 82 from 115, amazing. So, guys, we might get this continuation move on the upside in the market here. Just really incredibly strong here. Again, it bears repeating. Have never seen oil move in this way in my time. Pretty fun to watch, though. Got to admit. All right, guys. So we got a bounce up to or down to on oil to 80. Now we're bouncing back up to 87. So we're going to get a little pullback in the market, as you can see. Obviously, expected. We got to test this 676. But we're going to see if crude pulls back off of that 88, 87 to give us room to move back on up here. All right, guys, futures are pulling back even more, a little bit more. Well, good. Hopefully it continues. All right, crude's back down to 85. And we got about 12 minutes left in the market, guys. All right, so I brought crude oil in here too so we could kind of watch. And you can see, let me put on the 3 minute. This is the day we've had here. And if we bring up the SPY, you can see how it's exactly the opposite, right? $10 minutes left in the market, guys. 10 minutes left of the day. I suspect, guys, crude futures are going to like land around maybe 86, $87 in the close. Maybe as low as 85. We'll see. But that's a heck of a move down, and it really was a high of $120 on Sunday evening. So to come down here, I mean, that's a lot. It's 25%. That's incredible. Incredible. 30 plus percent move today on crude. If you shorted from that top today, you made it was 30% on the price. I can only imagine what the futures contracts were. Thousands of upon thousands of dollars if you took that short. Less than 5 minutes left in the market, guys. Nice little move on Netflix, guys. Beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful move. Congrats if you took this long here off that low of the day. You're doing really nice. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, board's holding at 12:15. We'll see what happens. We're not going to get into the short today, guys. I'm going to give it till tomorrow before we make any kind of decision. If we see weakness overnight in the markets, if we see a gap down in the morning, something like that, then absolutely would consider potentially taking a short here up near these areas. But right now, we're going to wait. We're just seeing too much strength in the overall market. If crude futures continues to come down um, and the market goes up, I don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that movement. At Amazon moving on up. We'll see. We might get a short entry here tomorrow on Amazon, guys. We're going to keep this in mind. Okay? We're going to keep this set up for Monday. I'm sorry, for Tuesday. And we're going to see if we could potentially still get the same setup. Particularly if the markets do start to exhaust themselves up in this zone. To be honest, I would be really surprised if we get over to this 683. I mean, I would be not surprised to get there tomorrow. I would be surprised to get over it. It would be just unbelievably impressed in the strength in the market. Quite resilient. Less than 2 minutes, guys, till the market closes. All right, guys, 1 minute left, less than a minute left. So if you want to get out of anything, make sure you're doing it now. All right, folks. Well, the market is closed. It is 3 o'clock Central, and we are no longer open. So, awesome day today, guys. Great job being patient with our setups and the price action. We got into that forward trade. We didn't get into a couple of others, but those are potentially setting up for us later this week. We will continue to eye those down. Tonight, I'll go over the trades and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made. So come tomorrow morning for our 8 a.m. morning prep. We'll be ready and raring to go. All right. And for those of you that are not members, please join us at toptiertradingteam.com. We're a private Facebook group. We are working on our independent platform right now. That should be done by the end of this month here in March. And we offer one-on-one mentorship, personalized strategy sessions that are meant to really accelerate your learning curve and get you profitable in the markets as soon as possible. That way you're not just watching videos and left on your own to kind of understand context for yourself or how to apply it or anything of that nature. We're going to be there step by step to help you really apply that information. On top of that, we have weekly study groups, okay, every Sunday at 3 p.m. Central. We get together, we go over all the trades from the week prior. We also take a glance at the week ahead and setups that we're eyeing down for that week coming up, as well as a Q&A session at that time. So any questions you have about those trades, other trades, general trading questions, whatever it may be, you can bring those and we'll get them answered at that time as well. On top of that, we also offer trade alerts direct to your phone in real time, and they will be swing trade alerts. So you have time to get in, time to manage, everything you need to appropriately decide if the trade is even right for you to begin with. And then if you decide to take action, you'll be able to do so and to be able to take advantage of that. So again, we are at toptiertradingteam.com, and we absolutely really look forward to helping you become a better trader and profitable in these markets. So again, guys, great day today. Awesome day. We're going to have an even better tomorrow. We're going to see you at 8 a.m. for our pre-market prep. We'll see you there. Have a great night, everybody.
We're running up that chart. Boots on the floor at the opening bell. Coffee in my cup and a story to tell. Candle on the screen, got a tail in the wick. Wrist tight, mind right, pulling that trigger quick. Green Day grin with a country draw. Blues in my past, now I'm watching it fall. Rocking my spine, reggae sway in my seat. Top tier trading team, bringing that heat. Hey! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green, from the fear to gray. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profit stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Calls on a run-up, puts for the slide. Cover my downside, let the upside glide. Stop, set, snug, so the loss stays small. Win big, lose small, that's the name of the call. Pivot out support, let the losers go. Let the winners walk, let the compound grow. From the laptop glow to the back porch swing. We're sing about spreads like a porch front hymn. Oh yeah! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green to the fear to brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profit stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. Who you call when the candles shade? Top tier. Who you roll with when the floor might break? Top tier. When the line pulls back, but your hands stay clean. Sing it out loud, yeah, you know that team. We got rock in the heart, reggae in the soul. Country grit driving every goal. Blues in the past, now we break that chain. Top tier trading team in the fast lane. Hey! Top tier trading team. We ride that wave. From the red to the green, from the fear to brave. Charts look mean, but we still don't cave. We just dance through the drawdown, pockets to save. Top tier trading team. Turn the grind to a dream. High tide, high vibe, let the profit stream. Every bell, every bar, we're a laser beam. Top tier trading team. Top tier trading team. It's that scream. Top tier trading team. We'll met you with dreams.